morning, weirdos. I'm just getting the tape ready to put on here for Old Time Radio Wednesday. Let's see if I can get it to work here. I'm not sure what input I have going on. Let's see. There you go. It's a beautiful morning. All right, let's see here. Play. Two. Hey.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire.
This is one of my favorite shows from the 1950s on the radio. It's just a fantastic science fiction anthology. They take stories from all the greatest science fiction magazines at the time. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this. I'm going to grab some coffee.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents minus one.
Out of the infinitude of stars and planets in the solar system and other systems in the universe, it is almost mathematically certain that there exist other forms of life on other worlds. Someday, in the future, in 1,000 years, or in the next 10 minutes, daring travelers through space will make contact with the inhabitants of another world. But the question is, will we contact them first, or will they contact us?
Come in. This is Broderick's private detective agency. Check. My name is Graffius of Springfield. I would like to see you, Mr. Broderick. Check.
What is it, Dolan?
There's a guy outside.
What kind of a guy?
Oh, a great big guy with a big shining head and thick glasses like the bottoms of Coca-Cola bottles. And he looks like a professor or
What
something.
I mean is, does he look like a client or a bill collector?
He didn't say.
Okay, Iron Man, send him in.
Check. Mr. Graffius, Mr. Broderick will see you.
Thank you.
Mr. Broderick.
In the flesh. Okay, Iron Man, step outside.
Check. If you need me, I'll be outside.
You'll have to excuse Mr. Dolan. He's a very useful man if you happen to want a house moved or somebody's head unscrewed from their shoulders. His reflexes aren't too good. He's what you might call underorganized.
I suspected as much.
All right, Mr. Graffius, let's get down to business.
Precisely. I would like your assistance in helping me locate something here in New York City.
Just what are you trying to locate, Mr. Graffius?
The Martian Embassy.
Would you say that again very slowly?
I came to New York to locate the Martian Embassy.
Martian? Like in Buck Rogers?
Precisely. Agents of the government of the planet of Mars.
Dolan!
What's the trouble, boss?
Throw him out. He's a crackpot.
Of course, if you wish me to leave, I will leave. But before I go, you might examine this. You'll find it quite authentic. Holy mackerel. A 5th-century note.
Let me see that. Sit down, Mr. Graffius. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Dolan, get Mr. Graffius a light.
Check.
Okay, Mr. Graffius. Your remarks about our speckled friends, the Martians, I shall ignore. This being the year 1955, I assume you were joking.
On the contrary, I'm completely serious. As it happens, I'm interested only in Martians at the moment.
I see. Okay, shoot.
It occurred to me in the course of my studies that we Earth people cannot possibly be the only intelligent form of life in the universe. Out of the infinitude of stars and planets, there must definitely, mathematically, be others. Since Mars is older geologically, and since it is also an atmospheric planet, its evolutionary history could easily be similar to ours, you follow me?
Well, so far, I can't say no.
But if this is true, then they must have been watching us, observing us, for hundreds, possibly thousands of years.
What for, blackmail?
Shut up, Dolan.
They know, then, that we are not far from achieving space travel. Atomic rocket ships that can travel to other planets. They also know we're a militaristic, warlike race. We might conceivably set out to conquer and occupy Mars one day.
In which case, they'd try to get the jump on it.
Precisely, Mr. Bradley.
And how would they do that?
For a civilization as old as theirs, space travel would be a simple enough matter.
Flying saucers. I read about
Relax, Iron. Go on, Mr. Graffius.
If you were planning to attack an unknown nation, what would be your first move, Mr. Broderick?
Intelligence. Find out what the odds are.
You have a very logical mind, sir. You would send agents to scout the nerve centers of earthly civilization and advancement. Not in Kansas City or Equatorial Africa, my dear sir, but here in New York City. The most technically advanced spot on earth.
Uh-huh. And, you want me to help you prove this theory of yours?
Precisely. Expense does not interest me.
Well, this may take a very long, long time, Mr. Graffius. After all, nobody's ever seen a Martian.
I assure you, they will be very ordinary-appearing people. Very likely they live together in downtown New York, close to the newspapers and publishers, the news cables, communication centers, and the financial center of Wall Street. Most certainly, they live in a private house with no servants to pry into their affairs.
Some ordinary people who live in a private house in downtown New York.
Yes.
I might just as well look up Martians in the classified section of the phone book.
There's one other lead which might help you.
What's that?
They would be almost certain to subscribe to every conceivable type of newspaper, scientific journal, foreign language publication.
Mm-hmm. Well, that might be something. Okay, Mr. Graffius. It's a deal.
Excellent. I shall contact you tomorrow.
Oh, before you leave.
Yes?
Just as a matter of interest. Why are you so interested in meeting up with these Martians?
Mr. Broderick, I wish to avert the catastrophe of a successful Martian invasion of the Earth. Naturally, I cannot go to the police or the military. I'd be laughed out of existence. So I'm doing this privately.
You seem to know all the answers, Mr. Graffius.
Not all of them, Mr. Broderick. Not quite all the answers. Not quite yet.
Hey, boss. Here's a private address. Takes everything from Pick magazine to the Manchester Guardian. Listen to this. Pick, Look, Scientific America, the Daily News, the Daily Worker, the Police Gazette, the Journal of Engineering, Scientific Quarterly, American Psychiatric Journal.
Let me see that. Oh, Doolin. Doolin, sometimes I wonder. What's the address on this?
9 West 124th Street.
Which happens to be the Harlem branch of the public library.
Oh.
Now listen, Noodle Brain. Check all the renting agents. Find out every private house in downtown New York. And then cross-check with the magazine subscription departments of the scientific magazines. You got that?
Check.
I wonder.
Boss, what's the sense of all this? We know there ain't no Martian Embassy in New York.
This crackpot is paying us $100 a day, and we got to keep him happy. Understand?
Yeah.
Also, I've got a hunch that Mr. Graffius isn't looking for any Martian embassies. He's looking for something quite different. I'll start making with a telephone. Which house is it, Dolan?
Right down there. Number 108.
You find out anything?
Not a thing. I've been watching the place for a week now. Nobody comes out. Nobody goes in. I asked around. Nobody knows nothing.
You ain't been blabbing around the neighborhood that we're looking for the Martian Embassy, have you?
Boss, I'm stupid. But I ain't that stupid.
Who'd you talk to?
I struck up what you might call a casual acquaintanceship with those two girls standing with the baby carriages up the street. The cute one is real cute.
Now, look, Doolin, don't try to do anything intelligent. Just keep walking up and down. See?
Check.
I'm going back to the office to meet Grappius.
See you later, boss. Hiya, beautiful.
Hiya, Flatfoot.
How did you know I was a detective?
Your socks are bagging at the arches.
Well, stick around, beautiful. I'll be back in a few minutes, and we can make some beautiful music together.
Listen to Romeo, Helen.
The name is Dolan, honey. Iron Man Dolan.
Your line is getting rusty, Iron Man. What do you want to fool around with him for? He reminds me of my husband. Just a big, good-natured slob. Helen, look. Oh, hey, Dolan! Dolan, look out! Look out! Oh. Helen?
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Grappius.
Not at all.
Dolan found a house down in Greenwich Village, privately rented. Number 108 Conklin Street. Nobody seems to know anything about who lives there, except that they subscribe to every paper and scientific journal put out. And also they have a peculiar antenna on the roof.
You don't suppose your Mr. Dolan will try to get inside the house?
No, he knows better.
Mr. Broderick, I assure you, if that place is the Martian Embassy...
Dolan can take care of himself.
Still, I wish you had informed me before.
Now, that's probably him reporting back now. Excuse me. Hello. Yeah, speaking. Dolan? Yeah, he works. What? Oh, no. No, I can't think of any. Yeah, sure, okay. Yeah, I'll be right down. Okay, Lieutenant. Yeah, right away.
Something the matter?
Doolin is dead, Mr. Grappius.
What?
They found him splattered all over the sidewalk in front of number 108 Conklin Street.
How did it happen?
There were some witnesses. They said a building cornice dropped on him.
The cornice? But how?
It fell off the building next to 108, right on top of him. Come on, we can get a cab. I have to identify the body. Lieutenant, I'm Broderick.
Oh, well, there's your boy, Broderick. Not very pretty.
Oh, Mother in heaven.
That's a 1,000-pound hunk of concrete.
Where did it come from?
Dropped off the roof of 106.
Anybody see it?
Yes, a couple of maids pushing baby carriages. One was so shaken, we had to send her to the hospital. The other one is hysterical, but she can talk. Can't seem to get any sense out of her, though.
You mind if I talk to her?
Not at all.
I'll be back in a minute, Grappius.
I'll wait here.
She's standing right over there with the patrolman on the beat. Oh, Hanson.
Yes, sir?
This guy wants a few questions with the girl.
Please, I told you what I saw. How many times I got to tell you?
Yes, the dead man was a personal friend of mine. Would you tell me what happened, please?
Helen and I were standing in front of Rathman's candy store up on the corner. We both had the babies out. I worked for Mrs. Gillian on Washington Square North. He said hello and joked a little. Then he walked down the street just like he's been doing all week. Hadn't taken more than a few steps. What?
Please, miss. It's very important.
I tell them, but they don't believe me.
What do you tell them?
How it happened.
Tell me.
It's too awful.
Please.
Well, first he squashed, and then the stone fell on it.
What do you mean he squashed?
They don't believe me, but Helen saw it too.
She saw what?
First he squashed, then it fell on it. He was mashed flat before it even hit him.
Now, look,
That's the story, Broderick.
Please, please let me alone. Let me go home. I told you what I saw. Now let me alone. Let me alone.
did you let anything, Mr. Broderick?
I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. It's crazy.
Mr. Broderick, if I may make a suggestion at this point, perhaps it would be better if we drop the entire matter.
What's eating you? First you come at me with a chain of nonsense that you're staking real cash on. And now when we hit solid trail, you want to call off the dogs. Well, maybe you operate that way, but Broderick doesn't.
May I ask, then, what do you intend doing?
As soon as the cops clear out and this place quiets down, I'm going to pay a personal call on the Martian Embassy. Whatever number 108 is. Whatever you are, open that door. Got 2 heads or 10 fingers, and I'll drill you like a platoon of rookies.
Yes?
Oh,
Well, young man,
excuse me, ma'am. Is the lady of the house at home?
I'm the lady of the house.
Well, my name is Broderick. I represent the Manhattan Child Adoption Center. We're soliciting funds and clothing for stranded and unadopted children. I wondered if...
Oh, won't you come inside?
Well, we don't
Oh,
usually...
nonsense. I'm old enough to be your grandmother. Besides, my son, Lauren, is working at home.
Your son?
He's a bibliographer. He writes summaries of articles and books from scientific journals and publications for libraries and universities.
I see.
Well, sit down, Mr. Broderick. We get so few calls, and I do like to visit.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what was it you wanted to talk to us about?
Oh, well, I wondered if you or your son... There's nobody else living here.
No, just Lauren and I. I'll have to ask him about the contribution, but I'm sure he'd like to.
Good. Thank you very much. I'll send a representative to collect...
Oh, please, stay a moment. I was just about to have tea. Let me pour you a cup.
Well, no, thanks, really.
No, young man, I insist.
Well, thank you.
I'm getting awfully tired of having tea by myself every afternoon.
You know, I'm not very much of a tea drinker, but this seems to have a strange taste.
It's my own recipe. This is in the brewing.
It's sweet, but almost metallic.
It takes a few sips to get used to, like olives.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I better be running along.
Oh, but you haven't finished your tea, Mr. Broderick.
I better be going. I'm late.
Oh, you're not being very polite. Do finish your tea.
No, really, I feel funny.
Oh, I'll call Lauren.
No, I'm leaving. I'm dizzy.
Oh, I'm sure Lauren can help you. I'll call him.
No, don't bother.
But I must. Besides, you aren't well.
Gee.
Lauren!
Get out.
Lauren, hurry.
Got out of my way.
No, you must stay.
Yes,
You drug my teeth. Let go of my arm.
Lauren!
Go. Get out of here.
What heaven?
The other one, that Broderick, he was here. I drugged his tea.
He got away. Fool, idiot.
Go after him. Use the pressure ray.
Risk another murder on our doorstep. Are you insane?
He suspects.
We'll have to take our chances. We'll have to think of some other way.
How do they find us?
I don't know how, but I'm certain someone else sent them.
Who?
I don't know. I'm afraid to let myself think. It might be them. Watch where you're going, you drunken fool.
Please,
Get away from me.
stay away from me.
Look out.
Miss, please.
Let go of me. Help.
Please.
Help, officer.
You don't understand.
What's the trouble here?
This drunkard is insulting people. I saw him come out of that house there.
108?
That's the one. He bumped into a gentleman, and then he pulled at my arm.
All right, miss. I'll take care of it. Come along, mister. I'm going to give you a break and take you back to the wife and kids.
No, you can't. I'm sick.
Sick, is it? What's the matter?
Drug. They drugged me.
Who drugged you?
Number 108. Martians.
Who?
Martians. Number 108. The Martian Embassy.
Well, I've seen him with pink elephants, rabbits, and mice, but you're the first one who's got Martian.
That's true, I tell you.
Come along.
Now, listen. Don't take me back there. Don't kill me. Look, I gotta make you understand.
Here, I'll help you up the steps.
Please, my name is Broderick. I'm a private dick.
We'll find out about this. Here, don't try it.
Officer, please listen. I'll give you anything. I'll give you $1,000. Please listen. For God's sake, listen.
Yes, officer. Why, Broderick.
You know this lush, Granny?
Why, that's my son, Broderick.
No, Martian.
He's in pretty bad shape. You better get him to bed.
Oh, dear. He was doing so well at the Alcoholic Society. He must have gotten off again.
Looks like he's ready to pass out.
Lauren!
What is it, Mother? Oh.
Your brother, Broderick, has been drinking again.
Look out, he's passed out.
I'll take care of him, officer. We've handled this sort of thing before.
Can you manage okay?
We'll be fine, thank you.
You've been very kind, officer.
Nothing at all, Granny. I know how it is with these alkies. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Martian Embassy. Oh, my head.
Mr. Broderick is regaining consciousness, Mother.
What happened? Oh, I can't get up.
Do not struggle, Mr. Broderick. It'll be impossible for you to rise from that chair. The pressure from this ray will keep you there.
Ray? What? Who are you?
You've already guessed, Mr. Broderick.
I mean, this really is?
Martian Embassy, yes. You have the honor to be the first prisoner of the Imperial Government of Mars.
First prisoner?
Yes. After the invasion, of course, you will all be our prisoners.
Hey, look. What sort of a business is this?
No business, Mr. Broderick. As your people will soon find out. Our preparations for invasion are nearly completed now. As soon as we give the signal, our armed forces will launch a surprise attack. And then the Earth will be ours.
You're crazy.
Not half as mad as you, Mr. Broderick, to come muddling so foolishly into our affairs. That was a fatal mistake.
So, Doolan's death was no accident, then?
Assuredly not. We found it necessary to use a pressure ray on your friend. The block of concrete was an afterthought. We thought it might help to avert suspicion.
All right. What happens now?
If you cooperate, you can look forward to a quick, painless death like your friend, Mr. Doolan.
If not?
This pressure ray has many delicate adjustments. It can move a pin, or it can crush a boulder. Let me demonstrate. You see, Mr. Broderick, as if an invisible vice for crushing you.
What do you want?
The name of your client. We are interested in knowing who is so anxious to locate the Martian Embassy.
The names of my clients are confidential.
Well?
All right.
Turn it off, Mother. Mr. Broderick has seen the wisdom of speech.
His name is Graphius.
Graphius?
Yeah.
An unusual name for an Earthman.
Describe him.
Well, I don't know if I really can.
Mother.
Oh.
Describe him.
He's tall. Got a big forehead. And about 60. He wears thick glasses. He's bald.
Lawrence. Sounds like one of them.
Yes, it does. Contact the planet. Tell them we suspect that our plans are known. Ask for an acceleration of invasion day.
At once.
What about me?
I am sorry, Mr. Broderick, but I am afraid you know too much now. In exactly 5 seconds, you will feel the full impact of the ray which faces you. I would suggest that you relax and meet your fate calmly.
Now, wait a minute.
You will feel no pain, just a wall of force engulfing you.
Listen,
5.
No, you can't do this.
4.
It isn't human.
I know, but we are not human. 3.
Yeah, but...
2.
No!
1.
Mother in heaven.
Now.
Lawrence,
It didn't work.
Something's happened. The magnetic field is dead.
get it working. We've got to get rid of this one.
Now, listen. Listen, you
quiet.
two.
I can't understand what's gone wrong with the ray. Why would it suddenly stop like that?
Perhaps I can explain.
What?
Graphius. It's you.
Yes.
Lawrence.
Stand back from the pressure ray, please. It will not function anyway. I have decontrolled your field.
Lawrence, it's one of them. They found us.
Did you think we wouldn't? I trust you have not harmed my friend, Mr. Broderick. He's been very useful to me.
Brother, am I very glad to see you. Talk about the Marines landing in the nick of time.
You're free to move now, Mr. Broderick.
I don't know how you got in here, Graffius, but stick around. These babies are really Martians, just like you said. They're planning to invade the Earth and take over.
There will be no Martian invasion.
You keep these characters covered. I'll get the police.
There will be no need for the police. I intend to handle them myself.
But the police will...
Do not call the police.
Why not?
You fool of an earthling. Don't you realize with whom you are dealing? The invasion of Earth by Mars will be like child's play compared.
Oh, Lawrence!
Holy mackerel. They just flattened out.
Like your friend, Mr. Doolan. I detest the use of violence where the intellect can rule. But unfortunately, the Martians are a threat to us. It must be destroyed.
I believe you now. Another 5 seconds, they'd have finished me. I'm glad you didn't waste any time.
There is little time to waste. The Martian invasion was to have taken place next week.
Yeah, Hey, they never said that. How do you know?
You would not comprehend.
Wait a minute. There are some things here I do understand. A second ago, that pressure ray didn't work. Now you're using it like it was a toy. How did you get in here anyway? Who are you? Another one of those Martians?
No, Mr. Broderick. I happen to be a Venusian.
What?
A representative of the planet Venus.
Venus? That's impossible.
Not at all. The Martians are really an inferior race. We Venusians are much farther advanced. As much as we are over you, Mr. Broderick. The Martians would simply have conquered and enslaved your people. We Venusians felt compelled to exterminate you completely.
That's impossible.
Oh, no. Now that we have disposed of the Martian threat, what is there to stop us? Our invasion begins tomorrow at noon. By nightfall, the Earth will be ours.
Oh, Mother in heaven. You're completely cuckoo. No. Oh, well, this is really on the level.
You needn't edge toward the door, Mr. Broderick. You're thinking of running for help, aren't you now? I can read your thoughts quite clearly.
Suppose you're going to knock me off like our Martian friends.
On the contrary, go ahead.
Leave?
Why not? Why don't you try it, Mr. Broderick?
Because the minute I turn my back, you're going to let me have it.
Suppose you try it and see. I've no interest in stopping you. Go ahead.
All right, Buster, you asked for it.
It will do you no good. No good! You will see!
Here, where do you think you're running to?
Hey, officer, listen to me.
Oh, it's you, the one with the mask.
Yeah, that's right. Now, listen. That story is true. They're inside that house, inside number 108. He killed them.
Who killed?
Graffius. He's the leader of the Venusian invasion.
Venusian invasion?
That's right. Tomorrow at noon, they're going to take over the Earth. Now, listen. Go in that house.
Martians, now Venusians, eh? Okay, that's enough for me. Come along.
Good. We haven't got much time. Now, hey, wait. Where you taking me?
Bellevue Psychiatric Ward, my friend. Come on.
Bellevue, no!
Now, come along.
No! Why don't you listen to me? Why are you such a fool? Let go of me!
Here, Looney is a bed button. Come on.
No! I tell you, there's going to be an invasion! The Venusians are going to invade us, don't you understand? You gotta believe me! You gotta believe me!
I believe
Oh, why don't they listen? Why don't they believe me?
Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Bob Maurer and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Well, let's stop there and take a break. That was a very fun show. I like the crazy guy when he's all drunk and run around. That's classic radio right there. That's beautiful stuff. So let's see. It is Wednesday. Let me get my glasses here so I can see what the hell I'm doing. It is the 13th of March. Yeah. Totally. We're a couple of days past the Ides of March, right? The Ides of March. Who was that used to get off on that? It was one of those morning talk show guys I used to listen to in LA. Not that Kramer guy, the morning, the money guy. It's not the money guy. It was, what's his name? He's got a weird voice. Got a weird, scraggly voice. Anyway, X-1 is one of those radio shows from the 1950s. I hope my... Can you hear me okay? That heater isn't too loud. Okay. The heater's behind the microphone, so it shouldn't be interfering. If it was here, you'd probably hear a lot of it. Pardon me. X-1 is one of those shows from the 1950s. And I think it was on NBC. And it was a science fiction anthology. They just would go and they would take stories out of astounding science fiction, amazing stories, that kind of stuff, the science fiction fantasy type magazines. I'll have to see if I can dig some up. I think I have just a couple in my box of old TV guides, which I'll have to dig out so we can go through those as well. Those are kind of fun to dig through and see what they were watching 30, 40 years ago. Yeah, TV guides are awesome. TV guides are like little time capsules of American nostalgia. It's not just the shows and the channels. There are very few channels that we used to have back in the 70s and 80s. And not just the descriptions of the shows, what episode, Fonzie's going to jump a shark or whatever. It was the advertisements or advertisements, if you will. It was the little stories at the beginning and the end of the TV guide. TV guides are really bitchin'. I've got a box of them, and I think I've got some science fiction magazines as well. I'll have to dig those out, and we can go through those. Now, if anybody listens to this or watches this episode, let it be known that we're creeping up on 60 subscribers here. When we get to 100 subscribers, we're going to give some crap away. You want an old TV guide? You want an old science fiction magazine? How about a BAM magazine from Hollywood back in the 80s? Just a sample of kind of some of the crap that I'm going to give away once I start giving crap away. But you got to earn it. You got to help. You got to share, spread the love, get me some more subscribers so I can reach that point. And subscriber breakdown giveaways. Subscriber giveaway breakdown is going to be like 100 subscribers. I'm going to give away something in my collection of crap. It might be a book, a magazine, a button, a poker chip. You never know. A book of matches, an old pack of Zig Zags. It could be a combination of things. At some point, when I pull names out of a hat and read them, I'm going to get with that person, that individual, and we'll discuss what it is that they either liked when they were in the 80s or something that they like about the 80s that draws them to appreciate the things from the 70s and 80s. So whether you're 15 or 50 or, 100 years old, there's going to probably be something here of interest. something to help tie you to the past. I call them time machines. Every little thing that I have that links me to the past is like a mini portal, a mini time machine. You know, this little, I brought it up yesterday, this little Dairy Queen yo-yo. It helps put me in that past way of thinking. When I went to see Richard Marx at the Agua Caliente Casino in La Quinta, Palm Desert area, down there in the Coachella Valley. So when I went, I brought my little yo-yo, and I stood up aisle of the balcony where we were sitting and played with my yo-yo and just had a ball, you know. Retro Man strikes again. You know what? That concert was so great. Richard Marx was so awesome. The crowd sucked. He even commented on how the crowd sucked. Nobody looked like they were having a good time, except for maybe me and a couple of other people, women, a couple of older women, my age. What am I talking about? Older women. So a couple of women my age and myself were the only people up, moving around, shaking their ass, dancing in the aisle. You know, my tickets were free, yet, you know, I enjoyed the show as if I had paid, you know, 10 times that. But no, I mean, come on, if you're going to go to a show, have a good time. You know, I mean, there are some shows that I go to where I spend most of the time sitting in the chair, mainly because I'm exhausted. Drive out, I know it's going to be a horrible drive back. Am I enjoying the show? Oh, hell yeah. Am I bouncing in my seat? Oh, hell yeah. I will get up on occasion and scream and yell like everyone else should. But yeah, a lot of fun. A lot of fun going to a show. A lot of fun having a connection to the past wherever you go, right? So I always keep a little time machine with me. I always keep something, you know, right down to my Argyle socks. You know, a little bit of flannel goes a long way. You know, a little corduroy here, a little denim there. Some kind of novelty shirt that gives you a link to the past, or links your past to the present, like this shirt here, the Tommy Tom Show, father-daughter team, as I'm to understand. They are a phenomenal act. The last time I saw them, they broke a string and could not continue past one song, which was a real bummer because they're like a powerhouse duo. And I hope that someday, I hope that I talk them into being on my channel, on a program, in a video, something. I'll go do a live remote if it suits them. I'm really looking to get into expanding the channel a little bit more. Of course, it requires much more of me, and I'm already stretched pretty thin on this channel as it is. I took the day off yesterday. I didn't do a damn thing. I was just too drained, too burned out. I couldn't see myself doing anything productively. So I just said, you know what? I'm not going to do anything. I'll hang out, I'll watch some TV with the old lady, get high, you know, eat reheated pizza and just chill out, you know, just chill out. And yesterday was a chill out day. It was awesome. It was friggin' awesome. Okay, so we've got 2 more shows. That's right. We got a 3 for today. We got 2 more shows lined up for this morning. It's an audio cassette tape that has 3 shows on it. So we're going to get through half of this next show and then flip the tape over and go into the other half of the show. So let me start the show, and then I can sit here and drink coffee, do bong hits while y'all's listening. Great, great stuff. Just fantastic stuff. All right, I'm going to turn me down now. All right.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. Minus 1. Tonight's story, courtesy. This is the story of the second expedition to the planet of Landro. I'm recording it for any future expeditions which might land on this godforsaken sphere, in the hope that they may learn from our tragic example. As I write, there are 2 of us left. 2 out of an original complement of 180 men. One of us, myself, will be dead in less than 23 minutes. As for the other, heaven have mercy on him, I do not know. On June 3rd, 1997, less than 2 months ago, the last of our supply ships blasted off from Lando for their return to Earth. After it had gone, I remember looking out across the plain at the dead city, one of thousands that dotted this planet. It had tall, graceful buildings, atomic power systems, vacuum conveyors, all perfect, all deserted, all ominous. How had it happened? The best guess was that the plague had frightened the original inhabitants of the planet so that they'd piled into rocket ships and headed for some distant planet. I often wondered why a civilization so advanced as Landro could not find a serum to beat the plague. It had taken our Earth doctors less than 6 months to develop an immunization method. Well, maybe those aborigines back in the hills knew the answer. That strange, ugly little people who had taken to the caves the day we landed. I was thinking these things when something happened that gave me the shock of my life.
Good evening, Captain.
Oh, what brings you here, Doctor?
It's the matter of the serum, sir.
Oh, what a serum.
It's no good.
No good?
It's too old. 10 years too old.
Didn't you examine it?
Yes, I did, but, well, my eyesight has been failing lately.
Are you aware, Doctor, that the last supply ship has returned to Earth? Do you know we'll have no more contact for 2 years? Just, how long do you give us?
Well, the present immunity will last a week or so. Then, without booster shots, it's just a question of time until someone picks up the plague. After that...
What about the natives? They don't die from the plague?
The accepted theory is that they have developed an immunity.
Well, suppose they haven't developed an immunity, Doctor. Suppose they get the disease.
Then they must have a treatment for it. If they don't, there would be no natives.
Would you be willing to go on an expedition to the hills to find out?
At this point, Captain, I'd be willing to do anything. Absolutely anything. I am truly sorry.
You're sorry? Dr. Morgan, sometime when you aren't too busy, when you have a moment, I'd hate to inconvenience you. Would you mind telling me how it feels to murder 180 men? 181, including yourself.
I did a lot of thinking after Dr. Morgan left my hut. It was still unreal for me. After all, the planning of an expedition was no simple thing. You put into it the result of years of training and experience, years of study at the academy, years of learning how to handle men and natives. Every man on my crew was hand-picked for his skill. And yet, a simple thing like a myopic surgeon misreading a label could blast the whole thing. Yes, it was a shame. And I did the only thing I could think of. I yelled for Bat Ears Brady. Brady! Get your carcass in here. Take the lead out.
Okay. Well, what's up?
Sit down, Bat Ears.
You got trouble, Cap?
We got trouble.
What?
The serum's no good.
What?
Morgan forgot to check it. It's 10 years too old.
Holy jumping snails. You're going to court-martial
That wouldn't do much good. We'll all be dead pretty soon unless somebody figures something out.
Well, what are you going to do, Cap?
Well, there's only one chance. One chance in 10 million.
What?
The natives.
Them cave rats. What good can they do us?
Now, they don't get the plague, so maybe they know a cure.
Okay. Let's get a few of them and beat it out of them.
That's why you're here.
Shoot.
How'd you like to come along on a little expedition up to the cave country? You, me, the doctor, and Faulkner.
Faulkner? Now, listen, Cap, he's worse than the doctor.
Yes, but he knows more about the native culture than anybody here. He's the only one who's completely familiar with the records of the first expedition.
Okay, so it's me, you, the doc, and Faulkner. When do we start?
Tonight, in half an hour. We should reach the cave country by tomorrow. With luck, we'll be able to find natives before night. Benny Faulkner was the expedition anthropologist. One of the most unfortunate-looking individuals I've ever met. An ugly man with large ears and a big nose. His body was small and consumptive, but he had a good brain. He was the best anthropologist the Interplanet Institute could recommend. He and Dr. Morgan were the only two civilians on the expedition. We set out, and after several hours hard walking...
Cap.
What is it?
Don't look now, but very slowly turn your eyes to the right and look behind that big yellow rock.
Okay.
You see anything?
No?
Well, keep looking. Don't stop walking or let on.
Okay.
There.
Yes, it looked like a shadow or something.
It's one of them gimpos. He's been following us now for almost an hour, dodging in and out behind the rocks. Shall I bring him in?
No, not yet. Just pretend you don't see him. Tell the others, if they notice, to show no fear. There's nothing will start these simple-minded cavemen like fear. The manual said, under no circumstances shall a member of the patrol display fear before a native. The dignity of the Earthman must be preserved at all costs. Just before dawn, we reached the cave country. We were tired and hungry, and we stopped to cook some food and rest. Everything was quiet. There was no sign of the gimpo which had been trailing us until...
Okay, get in there, you sneaking little monkey man. Come on, before I break this shovel on your star.
Yeah, what's the trouble?
Cap, I caught me one of these gimpos sneaking around outside the tent.
Now, bring him in the light of the fire. We can get a look at him. Faulkner?
Yes, sir?
Keep an eye on him. Try to establish some communication.
All right, get in there.
Now, look out. No need to knock him down, Bat Ears.
Oh, that's the only language they understand.
See if you can reach him, Faulkner.
Okay, Captain. I'll need a drum of some sort.
A what?
Well, they have no language as we know it, and they have a very rudimentary sense of hearing. I find they communicate with one another through a very primitive kind of vibration of the tongue. The closest I can come is a series of drum beats, a sort of Morse code. The psychologist on the first expedition had it worked out before he was killed by the plague. I've studied his notes, and I think it'll work.
You mean these little critters can talk to one another?
Yes, I believe they can.
At any rate, we'll have a chance to find out. Do we have something I can use for a drum?
Here, take my water bottle.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, I'll tap it 3 times. That's a greeting of some sort.
Just a moment.
Yes, sir?
I don't want you treating this fellow like an equal. Don't give him the idea that we're desperate. Once they sense that, you're lost.
I have to communicate with him, sir.
Now, just bear in mind what I said. Dignity.
Yes, sir. I'll do my best, sir.
It was a strange sight. On one side of the water bottle crouched little Benny Faulkner, looking for all the world like a human spider. Across from him crouched the Landry, a humpbacked, gray little creature with an enormous head and those huge, soft lavender eyes. Every few moments, one would stop the strange tattoo of communication, and the other would take it up. I'm setting forth in this narrative the most vital part of their conversation, as Benny Faulkner later transcribed it from the best of his memory. Benny asked, "Why were your cities abandoned? Was it the plague?" The native said yes. Benny said, "Do you still fear the plague?" The native answered yes. "Do any of your people become afflicted?" The answer was some. "How do you treat them?" Silence. "How can we find a cure for the plague?" More silence. Then the native said, "Go among my people." Benny asked, "Will we find the answer among your people?" And the native replied, "My people have the answer." Benny said, "Will you tell me the answer?" The native repeated, "Go among my people." As far as the Landrian was concerned, the conversation was ended. He rose to go, and Faulkner stepped from his path, but Brady was there to ensure the bet.
Hold on there, bucko. You ain't going no place.
Don't maltreat him, Brady. What did he say, Benny?
He says his people have the answer.
What do you think?
There may be some truth in it. He says some of his people still get the plague.
That must mean it isn't a question of immunity. They must have a cure.
Well, he wasn't clear on that.
Then they must have a vaccine to keep it from spreading.
Does he know?
His answer is for us to go among his people.
Well, that leaves it up to us. The first level of caves is on top of that cliff about a mile ahead.
It's a trap. I'll bet my last dollar on it.
Well, maybe not. And we'll have to risk it.
Wait.
Well?
Let me go. I got you all into this.
But how will you talk?
Benny here can give me enough of the code so I can ask the big question.
You understand that they might just decide to cut your throat?
I'm fully aware of the risk.
All right, Doctor. You go ahead. We'll wait at the foot of the cliff. If you aren't back down in 3 hours, we'll come up after you.
What about the Gimpo here?
We'll hold him as a hostage to ensure the doctor's safety. If the doc comes back, all right, we'll let him go. If not, well, that's your job, Brady.
A pleasure.
It took Dr. Morgan about an hour to pick his way up the side of the cliff to the first of the openings where the Landrians lived. He waved to us before he entered the mouth of the cave, and we waved back. Then we settled down to wait. It was a long, long wait.
You'd think we'd have heard of something by now if they was going to knock him off on me.
No, not necessarily. Wait. Look, up on the cliff.
That's him, all right. Hey, what's he running for?
I don't know. He looks scared.
That crazy fool, if he don't look out...
Doctor! Dr. Morgan, look out! Look out! We found the doctor at the foot of the cliff, crumpled and broken. There were no marks on his body, nothing except a twisted, mocking grin on his face. Oh, yes, and one other thing. Scrawled across the pad he had taken with him on which to make notes concerning the answer was a single word. The word was courtesy. We threw the paper away. The expedition was a failure. though Bat Ears claimed he'd get it out of the gimpo if I'd let him. I nodded in agreement. Bat Ears took the little native off behind an outcropping of rock. He was back in 15 minutes, dripping with sweat. Well?
Let's go, Cap.
Nothing, huh?
But nothing.
Is he,
They ain't made very good, these little gray people. They come apart too easy, so let's go, huh, Cap?
All right. Benny. Benny, what is it?
I feel kind of sick. All of a sudden, in the back of my head, a dull kind of pain.
Let me see your tongue. Come on, give him a hand, Bat Ears. We've got to get him back to camp.
What is it?
I'm not sure, but that blackness on the tongue and the headache, it could be the plague. By the time we got Benny... By the time we got Benny Faulkner back to camp, he had the red spots on his body, and then the fever began to rage. It was the plague, no mistake about it. Before morning, Collins, the supply sergeant, had it. Then it was Peabody. After that, the men went down like 10 pins. Then one morning, Bat Ears Brady dragged himself into my tent and sat down. The lines in his face told me the end was coming pretty fast. Sit down, Brady. What's the count?
6 left. We buried the chaplain today. Got anything to drink?
Sorry, I'm all out.
How about a cigarette, then? You got a cigarette?
Yeah, sure. Here. How's Faulkner?
I don't get it. He's still alive.
Still alive?
Yep. In fact, he's getting better. He's sitting up.
Holy mackerel.
Oh, this is a good cigarette.
It's like any other.
No. This one's different, Gabby. This is my last.
What do you mean, Brady?
Take a look at my tongue. See? Little black spots.
Somehow I managed to get him into bed. He was already raving when I gave him the last of the morphine. It was incredible. Big, brawling, Bat Ears Brady, a tower of strength, lying sick and whimpering on a cot. When he died, I went out on the moors to think. The sun was a dull red glow. A cold breeze whipped up. Somehow I couldn't forget Faulkner. Why should Faulkner recover from a plague from which no man has ever recovered? Surely there must be a reason. Nothing happened without a reason. I turned and went to see Benny Faulkner.
Hello, Captain.
Hello, Benny. How are you?
Pretty good. I got up and walked a couple of steps today. How goes it?
Brady's gone.
Oh.
I just buried him. Listen, Benny, there must be some reason why.
Well, there's nothing strange about me, nothing different from any other man.
There must be. You survived the virus. Benny, I want you to tell me everything you know about yourself, everything you can remember. Because somewhere in your makeup is some little thing that makes the difference. If I can find that thing, then maybe I can do something to save myself and the rest. Even if I can't, at least I can leave a record for any future expedition that comes to Landro. Okay?
Okay, Captain. Where should I start?
At the beginning. I'm going to take notes.
Well, I was born on the 2nd of July in 1971. My parents were ordinary people. My father was... Look, Captain, I've told you everything I can remember. 3 days now you've gone over me, pawed me, questioned me. What else can I tell you?
Benny, let's go over that last part once again.
Where should I start?
Take it from where the native started to walk away. You stepped out of his path, and Brady grabbed him.
Okay, so I stepped out of his path.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why did you step out of his path?
Why not? Courtesy, I guess. What's the matter?
Courtesy. That's the word that Dr. Morgan had scrawled in his notebook.
Well, I don't see that.
I don't either. Tell me, Benny, why should you want to be courteous to a native?
Why not?
What about maintaining your own dignity?
Are you talking about dignity or arrogance?
I don't know. Benny, listen, maybe we were all wet in our deductions. Maybe these cities here on Landro weren't deserted centuries ago. Maybe these little people up in the caves are the same people who used to live in those big cities.
Why would they leave?
Maybe they found out the big cities weren't the answer. Maybe they found out that civilization doesn't necessarily bring happiness. So they just packed up and left, returned to the simple life.
No, it doesn't make sense. You're forgetting the plague.
What is the plague, Benny?
Well, I don't know.
Is it a virus?
I don't think they ever found out.
You know what I think?
What?
I think the plague is nothing more than what we know as greed and arrogance.
Captain, you're going off your rocker.
I think maybe we're in line to die, even if the serum was good. In fact, I don't think the serum had anything to do with it.
Oh, I never heard anything as crazy, fantastic in my life.
No? Well, I think I'll go back to my tent and finish writing the report. I am beginning to sweat a little.
Captain, maybe it isn't the plague.
It is. I've seen it too many times to kid myself about it.
Maybe hot compresses or something.
No, Ben.
Listen, Captain, you don't believe that junk about courtesy, do you? I mean, that's a lot of nonsense. You must know that. Holy mackerel, Captain. You do believe it, don't you?
Good night, Benny. I think I'd like to be alone for a while.
Okay. Good night, Captain.
Maybe the supply ship will be early. You can probably stick it out.
Sure. Good night, Captain.
And this concludes my report. I'm turning it over to Benny Faulkner in the hopes that he will be able to transmit it to any other expedition commander who contemplates exploring the planet of Landro. The fever is beginning to mount now. My hands tremble as I write. The end should not be far off. There's little question in my mind as to what it will be. You see, I didn't have a chance. I stepped out of no paths. I showed no courtesy.
Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Courtesy, adapted for radio by George Lefferts from the story by Clifford Simad. Featured in the cast were Brett Morrison as Captain Ira Warren, Arnold Robertson as Bat Ears Brady, Edwin Jerome as Dr. Morgan, and Bill Griffiths as Benny Faulkner. Your announcer, Fred Collins.
All right, well, I'm back. That was our second show, another episode of X-1. There was a show before X-1 called Dimension X, and they did a season, about a season, I think, of Dimension X, and then that show evolved into X-1. So there are some episodes of X-1 where they introduce it as X-1, and then they use the Dimension X opening because they're just rebroadcasting an old Dimension X onto X-1, which is, which is pretty cool because the stories from Dimension X were worthy of rerun, even though there was no really such thing as a rerun back then. I think the Desilu company first went into syndication and created the whole rerun thing. And they, of course, were responsible for Star Trek, right? So, if it wasn't for the whole rerun idea and syndication, we never would have seen anything else from Star Trek, right? There's another little science fiction tidbit. I think it's fascinating listening to these shows from the 1950s, and they look forward into the future, and you see these dates, 1997, 2016 and stuff, where we've gone past this, right? And everything that they imagined our world to be in their future is now our past. And we still haven't reached much of those goals set by the science fiction writers. Of course, a lot of those things created by science fiction we have seen come to fruition. Handheld communication devices being the most prevalent in science fiction past and in our present. Handheld computers, tablets. That was another thing introduced by Star Trek. Handheld medical devices. We have those now. We have all kinds of different kinds of handheld medical devices, whether they're for diagnostic or treatment. There's always some little thing you could stick some little component that injects stuff or keeps track of your bodily. Y'all know what I'm saying. I don't need to say what I'm saying. I'm going to do a bong hit really, really quick. Some of these stories not only made it from the magazines and the little novelettes, little novellas onto radio, they actually made it further onto TV, into movies. And a lot of science fiction authors who were kind of small potatoes back when they started really got the limelight because of shows like X-1, Isaac Asimov, Robert Heinlein, one of my favorite science fiction authors, Kurt Vonnegut, just a host, and then a bunch of authors that we didn't know that we knew, authors that went from science fiction into television and wrote westerns and drama and just some great radio and television by these guys. Let me get a little bit of juice in me here. But I think it's really neat how they look forward from then. And this last show that we heard was set in 1997, and they were already out exploring distant worlds, right? And it's like from 1955, it's like they looked forward and saw, okay, we're going to go to space, right? There's just no doubt about it. We're going to leave this planet and go to space. So within like 55, within a few years, we're getting President Kennedy in 1961, I think, 60 or 61, something like that, where he's giving the great speech about, by the end of this decade, we're going to be going to the moon. And we did. And that seemed to show that we were we were slow, but we were still on track to make it out into space, right? To explore beyond the heavenly bodies that surrounded us, right? And what happened? You know, why all of a sudden let's go to the moon, let's go, we're going to go further, technology, let's go. And then all of a sudden, everything just stops, right? Everything. Now, it's funny because the United States wants to say that, oh, we stopped because it just got too expensive and America didn't want to pay for it. And we had the space race and the Vietnam War, and public opinion about all of this shit was low. And it, you know, if that were the case, then why did not the Soviets then continue on and go to the moon after we did and continue, right? Why is it that because the United States financially decided it wasn't worth going back, right? Which is bullshit. And then the rest of the planet just decides, okay, well, let's follow suit and let's just not care anymore. I don't see that as a logical response to having made it to the moon, our own satellite. Why all of a sudden was that stepping stone into our future just an end? You know, it was a stepping stone to nowhere. It was like a staircase to nowhere. Just I don't understand. And now all of a sudden, you know, we want to say that we've been exploring space for decades. And how? By sending out little probes that go out and they get destroyed. I mean, how many times have we sent probes to Mars and they get there and they malfunction? And we send another one and it gets there and it malfunctions. And then we get one that gets there and it's taking great pictures and roving all over the place. But as citizens of the planet, we're not allowed to see every single photograph, right? Well, it's cost effective and we can't process everything and we can't upload that's bullshit. That's bullshit. The cost of this shit now with computer processing and all of that, I mean, it's literally, you grab it from the goddamn file over here and you throw it over here, you open it up, you look at it, you say, yeah, it looks great, and you freaking share it. The rest of the world gets to see it. There must be something going on that we're not allowed to see, that they have to go through every single piece of film and dumb it down for us, right? What? I don't understand. I don't understand. There's a whole world of science fiction to say that we should have gone way past where we're at right now, and we're still like a you know, a monkey sticking its hand into a hole to get an apple, and it won't let go of the apple to get its hand out of the freaking hole, right? And we're just stuck. We're just stuck, you know, and it's our thumbs up our asses is what it is. You know, you're snoring away. You wake yourself up. It's to me, it's ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous. So the show that we just heard, Courtesy, was about the exploration of a planet, the second expedition to a planet. The first expedition, everybody died. So they show up with inoculations and vaccines and stuff, expecting them to survive, and people start dying off and they can't figure it out. And as it turns out, it's our own lack of courtesy that kills us, our own human inability to care about our fellow species, our fellow creatures around us, right? And that's all it comes down to. You know, if you're a discourteous person, you don't deserve to live, and you get sick and you die. And that's exactly what happened on the show. One guy out of 181, one guy out of 181 survived because he was the only one to give a shit about someone else and to show courtesy. You know, how many people on the planet would be wiped out if something like that were to happen, right? Most of the planet would be just gone. Even people who say, well, I'm the nicest person in the world and I care about people. Yeah, but you just cut that person off in traffic and said, fuck you. You know, even though you go to church and you pay your tithing and you help out at a homeless mission and you soup kitchen and you help people, you know, and you're a freaking kindergarten teacher and you're just the sweetest lady on the planet. But when you get behind the wheel, you're just a fucking bitch and you just fuck everybody else. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, right? So, you know, how Christian is that? How nice is that? You know, where you're just the sweetest person in the world until you're not. And then you show your true colors. And then it doesn't matter how nice you are from then on. Everybody knows that you could, you know, just add a situation and you become insta bitch, right? Or insta fuckhead, you know. And it doesn't take much to show people's true colors. You just, you know, add a little bit of something and stir it up and stand back and watch them fucking explode. Happens to me all the time. You know, I go out into the world and some fuckhead is discourteous, and then it causes me to have to then burden my soul with all of that anger and frustration about something that I can't control at all and cannot resolve. I just have to, you know, shrug my shoulders and go, oh, another fucking asshole in the world, you know. And it's unfortunate that these people cannot recognize the fact that they're just wiping their ass with society, right? Well, how do you show community when when you can't even be nice to the person next to you, right? My daughter she had to write a paragraph, 300, 500, couple hundred to 500 words about a Cesar A. Chavez quote having to deal with community. And if you're going to leave your community to go better yourself, you better bring that betterment back to your community and help better your community, right? Kind of a thing. And that's, you know, and we were sitting here, she wanted a little help with it. So we were talking about, you know, where her mother comes from, a small town in Mexico, where community is everything, right? And then you come here and how she puts that into every dealings has with anyone, right? She always is very communal with people. She helps out neighbors. She's always talking to anybody that she sees, right? She's very communal, you know. And then we live in a small neighborhood mobile home park that is a community unto itself. And she is well known throughout the whole community here as being someone that you can go to for help. As am I. I'm not the easiest guy to get along with. I'm not super approachable. I wear this facade so that people leave me the fuck alone, right? But all I got to do is smile and say hi, and that all goes away. And everyone around here knows that first of all, they had better leave me the fuck alone. But second of all, if they ever need anything, never hesitate. They can always come to me and ask for my help. And I'm more than willing to give it if I can, you know, whether it's borrow a tool or help with anything going on here, right? And I expressed to my daughter how the world has become so small that, I mean, on this show, I can reach around the planet and talk to somebody and have a conversation with somebody, right? On YouTube here, I'm building a small community, right, of people like myself who just want to hang out and you know, and do this whole you know, let's get together thing, right? And because the world is so small, we have become a community of one. I mean, we're community, one community of a global community, right? And we all need to share in everything, right? And because there are so many places out there right now with no sense of community, right? Even communist countries have no sense of community anymore. I mean, there are people, neighbors, regardless of whatever situation created them as neighbors, right? Set everything aside, and they are no different than one another, right? Yet they'll shoot at each other over a wall and throw bombs at each other and kill hundreds of families because there's no sense of community there, right? It is removed by their own bureaucracy. It is removed by their own leaders, right? Now, community is dictated, right? You're not allowed to be communal with those people over there, and you're not allowed to come over here and be communal with our people, period, right? That's it, right? No matter how much we are alike, they want to keep us separate and hating each other because they want to magnify our differences. It doesn't matter how we cook our meals. It doesn't matter how we wear our clothes. It doesn't matter how we raise our children or how we pray to our God, okay? Because all of those things are really peripheral because there's so few things that make us different. The whole of us is what makes us the same. Everything about us, right? The things that are put upon us, the things that we are taught, the things that we are brainwashed to believe, those are the things that make us different. You take all of that other shit away. You take away this guy saying you need to hate those people, and you take away this guy who's saying you need to hate those people, and then all you're left with is the people, right? Well, the people don't want to hate each other. The people don't want to pick up guns and go to war against each other. For what purpose? You know, I don't know. If anybody shows up, I need to wake my wife up at 6:45. All right. But yeah, I don't. So therefore, I don't try to understand any of it. I remove myself from that global paradox, conundrum. You know, why in the world now, when we know so much, right? Why would we continue to go backward and go back to hate and go back to war and go back to distrust and, you know, manipulating your people to get rich? You know, you look at every single one of the leaders of a country and they all live so much better than the people that they rule, right? Even in the United States, right? Every one of those sons of bitches in Washington, D.C. lives so much more higher on the hog than anybody else. God forbid that someone should come along and take away their giant home and their yacht and their 6-month fucking vacation every goddamn year. I mean, and what do? They sit and they argue and they fight across the aisle and they don't get anything done. And they just seek to divide us. That's it. Division. Because they keep us divided, they can control everything. Because ultimately, we don't control anything. You know, our votes are pointless. I mean, when you come down to it, they can say, "Oh, look, they voted the way we wanted them to vote, and so yeah, we'll accept the votes." Otherwise, it's getting windy out there. They can say, "You know what, Electoral College, and we don't want to listen to the way you guys voted, so we're going to decide. You know, we're going to talk these other guys into voting our way," and then all of a sudden, it's just swayed in another direction, right? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone, any political college majors out there, political professors want to step in here and explain the situation. All I see is nobody gives a shit about getting anything done. All they want to do is argue. All they want to do is stretch shit out so that nothing happens, and they just earn our tax money. You know, they just take our tax money and figure out different ways to spend it to their benefit, right? I don't understand it. I don't want to understand it. I'm done trying to understand. I've spent 20 years trying to understand politics and the government and watching the news every single day, listening to talk radio. And you know what? All I got out of it was they hate each other, or they at least want us to think that they hate each other. And they want us to hate each other, right? Because if we're all running around screaming and yelling at each other, nothing's going to happen. And we don't care if anything happens because we're all pissed off all the time. You know, let's march in the streets. You know, yay, we got on the news. Next, You know, nothing ever gets done. You know, something drastic happens in the United States, something traumatic, and what happens? Candlelight vigil, some protesting, and then it's forgotten about. You know, that person who died had their 15 minutes of fame after the fact, and it's over. You know, in a couple of years, nobody will care who George Floyd was. Nobody's going to give a shit. You know, because we will have moved on to the next phase of bullshit. You know, that they want us to fucking worry about, to keep us hating each other and worrying about shit that we cannot control. Right? There you go. I mean, you know, and if they don't, you know, I mean, look, Rodney King, you know, they didn't even kill him off, you know, and that made such an impact on the United States until it just didn't anymore, and the media just dumbed it down and said, you know what, we can't talk about it anymore because it makes people upset. You know, give me a fucking break. You know, so many things are going on around the planet, and we're allowed to hear about a few, right? Because they want us to think a certain way about something. They want us to feel a certain way. You know, get warm and fuzzy about this and get pissed off about this. You know, and that's the way it is. It's horrible. It's just downright despicable that we as intelligent people, right, can be led by our nose down a fucking primrose path, you know, that turns out to be a fucking briar patch, you know. You know, and you try to talk to somebody, you really try to talk to somebody and get some honest answers out of somebody from within themselves. And what do? They spout all kinds of rhetoric and bullshit that has been pumped into their fucking brain from the media. You know, that's it. Because, you know, people can't think for themselves anymore. We're not educated to think for ourselves, right? From the time we get into school, we're taught to think the way they want us to think. You can't think like that. If you think like that, you're going to get a bad grade. You have to think like this, right? And so from the very start, we're told you have to think this way, right? No, we're being taught how to spell and how to do proper English. Bullshit. Everything that we're taught in school, all the way through, all right, all the way through, up into university, is all made to make us think a specific way about our life and our world around us, right? If you take all of that away, right, and you only explore truth, not fact, you know, fact can be dictated, truth can be dictated. You need to know it. You need to find answers out for yourself. The more you let people tell you the answers, the more you will fucking believe anything, right? So I grew up not believing a fucking thing. I'm not going to, no. Just because you say that it's true, don't mean it's true. Everybody says, oh, we care about everybody. And then they look at me and they go, ah, fuck you, you piece of shit, right? And I'm supposed to believe that because you guys say it to be true, it's going to be true until you don't want it to be. And then you just dismiss it, you know? Well, it's true when I want it to be, but when it's not, oh, fuck you, you know? And, you know, everything that I learned throughout my childhood led me to know in my heart that most people are full of shit, right? And they want you to think a certain way, and they'll convince you, really, really go out of their way to convince you that the reality they present is actual reality, factual reality. And it's not. It's the bullshit reality they want you to believe so that they can get away with something. You know, pat you on the back and then reach into your pocket, take all of your fucking money. You know, that's the way the world works. So I grew up not believing anyone. Now, you got to physically prove it to me. Put it in my fucking hand if that's what you're talking about. Show me. You know, you can't show me, then fuck you. You want me to read what and believe that this is this is just shit on a book, on a page, until I know it to be true, right? That's it. That's how I raised myself, you know, because family were telling me we have to believe this and you have to believe that, and this is what you're, and it's like, why? You know, if you can't prove it, if you can't physically actually show it to me to be true, then it's just blah blah fucking blah, right? I'm supposed to allow you to have authority over me because you say so? That's no fucking reason. I'm supposed to listen to you because you're my boss or you're my teacher, or just because you're an older person. I'm supposed to show you respect. How to me did you earn that respect? Did you earn the respect that I'm supposed to show you? Or have you treated me like shit and just tell me you got to show me respect, you little fuckhead, because I'm older? Well, that's when I just say, yeah, fuck you. You know, so it goes both ways. You know, it really does. And you know, I don't believe anything. I'm one of those guys that, no, I'm middle of the road on everything. Yeah, I could go this way or I could go that way. Nobody's given me any hard evidence to believe this way or that way. So I'm middle of the road pretty much on everything, unless I know it to be true. You know, the things that I know I've experienced for myself, so I know them to be true. That's it. That's all there is to that. You know, I won't follow someone or something unless I know in my heart for it to be real and honest and true. You know, and that goes for politics, religion, the medical industry. I don't believe in anything unless you can prove to me that it's true, and I don't see any truth in anything out there. You know, I see truth in this. This cup of coffee I made, this is true because I made this. You know, I'm holding here. This is real. This is true. This show that I'm doing here, this is all real, true, and factual. There's no bullshit about it. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm not trying to make you believe that I'm some kind of, you know, freaking guru or God. This is just some guy sitting here sharing his life with the world, hoping that someone out there will be real enough to share their world with me. And I've had a few nibbles. I've had some really cool people show up, and I've had some really positive and real interactions, and that's really awesome. I was talking to my brother last night about it. Finally got to get in touch with my brother. I hate his stupid phone situation. But anyway, yeah, I mean, to have realness with people, and even when I go out into the world, especially like just go out and like interact with the average person out there, I still can't find much realness. I get these people who walk around with this, it's like this social media facade, you know, this arrogance about them, you know, this Karen-esque entitlement that people wear everywhere you go. They cut you off in traffic and, you know, fuck you, it's my world, you know, and you get that wherever you go. People who are so wrapped up in their own fucking shit, you know. And I don't want to say meaningless, pointless little lives, because everybody's life has meaning. There's a point to everything, right? But if you're going to disregard the others for your own personal gratification, edification, personal, you know, look at me, how cool I am, you know, I'm going to take a pic of me, piss it on this homeless guy because, hey, I'm really, really cool, you know. And that's the way the world is right now, you know. And so I find it really difficult to go out there and find any worthy interactions, right? I'm just likely to turn around and just ignore people, you know, or if people interact with me in a highly negative manner, I'm not holding back. You know, you can't tell me that I can't let someone else, my fellow citizen, you cannot tell me that I can't express my dislike for something that someone else has done. Hey, you just disrespected me. You were just an asshole to me. What the fuck? Get your shit together and be nice to people, right? I can't do that. Fuck you if I can't do that. You know, if it's their world, well, then it's my fucking world too. And if you're gonna disrespect me, be discourteous to me, right? I'm gonna let you know. You know, and if it takes me being as assholish as you were to me for you to get the fucking point, That's what I'm going to do, right? Because I'm not holding back anymore. I'm not going to let the world just step on me because I, turn my head and don't, let me just ignore it, And that goes right back to what I was saying earlier, You can't just go through life letting shit happen. You have to make shit happen, And if you're the person out here who makes negative, bad shit happen, you need to step back and check yourself, right? You're sharing this planet with everyone, all right? It is a community. This planet is a community. You take away all of the corporations and all of the politics and all of the religion, and what do you have? You have a community of humans. That's it. Sure, we look different, we speak different, we act different, we eat different, but everything else about us is the same. There's more things that make us alike than there are that make us different. So why are we supposed to kill each other? And let me understand that. I'm supposed to pick up a gun and go kill this guy because this guy over here says I should, right? And this guy's done nothing to me. I've done nothing to him. He's done nothing to me. Yet these guys up here say that they have, right? And that's all it comes down to. That's basically, it's boiled down to, he said, she said, now you go out and kill somebody, right? And we've convinced entire peoples, entire countries, entire religions of this. And it becomes fact when we allow it to be, right? Oh, there's just something inherently wrong with this species of human here, that we allow ourselves to be corralled into ways of thinking that are completely wrong. They go completely against human nature, right? We have been taught to eat all of these wrong things, goes against our human nature, right? Therefore, our bodies suffer for it. Even our minds suffer, So yeah, we need to take all of these peripheral bullshit things out of it. Well, religion is not peripheral, man. It's very important. Yeah, it is. Unless you're uneducated, right? Unless you're brainwashed, then these things are just tools to be used against you, right? It's okay to have religion and be religious and worship, right? Unless you're just an uneducated, slack-jawed, mouth-breathing fucking drooler who will just do anything they're told, right? Okay, we've taught you how to pray, our way. Now pick up a gun and go kill. For God and country. No. Now, you got somebody coming after me? You don't have to tell me to pick up a gun and start shooting, right? Well, it's instinct to protect yourself, when we're sent to another country to go over and kill, it's instinct for them to pick up a gun and shoot after us. We're in their fucking country, invading their country, trying to kill them, right? Well, it's God only natural that they're going to try to protect themselves in their country because that's what they were taught. They're just protecting their way of life. That's it's the way they were taught. It's the way we were taught, was to protect our way of life, to do our thing, our religion, our government, our president, our flag. Same fucking thing over there on that side. It's a game of risk, global domination. Who can convince their people the best to follow an ideal? Doesn't matter what that ideal is. We can make it up and go along, right? Let's just get people to hate each other first. Then we'll figure it out later, Jeez Louise. I made some comment on some country on the other side of the world, and there was this video of them from way, way down there, concrete pumping truck, and they were concrete pumping up this big, giant arm, and then into a short hose. And then because there was no more hose, they were taking baskets and scooping concrete and passing it up the rest of the way up to the mountain, right? And I just made a comment like poor planning, right? Which it was. If you don't have enough hose, you don't bring enough hose to go all the way up the hill, That was poor planning. And now you got guys with baskets, right, shuffling up there. Of course, it was American ingenuity and we're not American ingenuity, but it was human ingenuity and kind of a MacGyver-esque thing, which probably happens a lot. Where you just try to figure it out. Okay, well, we don't have enough hose, so let's scoop it up the fucking hill, right? So somebody made a comment to like my poor planning comment was like, well, you damn Yanks think you know everything, you know, and you do everything the best way. And it was like, what does that have to do with the goddamn price of tea in China, right? It was poor planning. And I'm like, well, if you didn't bring enough hose, that was poor planning. And you yank this, motherfucker. You know, what does that have to do with anything? You know, because we're taught to hate that other person over there. They think that they're better than you, so you have to hate them. Give me a fucking break. I mean, grow up. These people from other countries who want to hate me, first of all, because I'm an American. Second of all, because I'm white and I'm Christian and all these other fucking things that they've been taught to think about me. First of all, I'm a mutt, right? I don't even know what the hell I am. I was told that I'm this, but I'm not. I'm obviously not, right? So I'm just a mutt. So I don't see myself as white other than my complexion. I just see myself as a brindle, a mix, a calico, right? And first of all, I don't really go in for any major religion. All right. Nothing out there about any of the major religions has shown me that I can trust anything that they say 100%. So I don't. Middle of the road. I don't trust my leaders, right? My political leaders, the government. I don't trust them fuckers, right? I don't want to pick up a gun and come into your country and shoot you, right? So you're gonna look at me and you're gonna say, fucking Yankee, fucking American piece of shit. You just want to go around. Well, once again, you're brainwashed because I'm none of these things. All right. I'm me. I'm some guy who's trying to fucking figure it out. Right. And if you've figured it out, you're an idiot because you can't figure it out. You're never going to know everything. All you're going to know is what people keep telling you to believe. And if you keep listening, you're never going to figure anything out. Right. So therefore, I know that I don't know anything. Do I strive to know? Oh, hell yes. Do I go out there and look for people to listen to who are going to direct me in the right direction? Fuck no, because I don't listen to people. I listen to myself. All right. I'll absorb whatever people are trying to tell me, and then I'll make my own goddamn decision. And usually it's middle of the road because they can't sway me one way or the other 100%. Period. That's why I stopped watching the news. It was too much bullshit. Right. It's time for me to wake up the little woman. So I'm going to put on the last radio show, and hopefully it will continue playing while I turn down my microphone and go wake up the little woman. All right. So here we go.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents X minus 1. Tonight's story, Junkyard, by Clifford D. Simak.
Funny thing about the whole thing was the fact that we had never intended to land on Planet 9.
We circled it and decided it was strictly a low-grade affair. Wouldn't amount to anything for 1 billion years or so. As commander of a galactic survey team, I couldn't waste my time on it. Then my exec saw this junkyard through the telescope. We landed. Took a look at a load of alien machine parts discarded by some other spaceship, and then prepared to take off for Earth. It had all been a waste of time.
Engine room, MacGyver.
This is Commander Warren. All secure?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Countdown for blastoff.
Engine room ready, sir.
X minus 5. Minus 4. Minus 3. Minus 2. Minus 1. Fire. Mac, what's wrong down there?
Well, I don't know, sir.
Brady, get the data analyzer ready. We'll have to correct for a new takeoff time.
That's the first time I ever heard of engine failure before takeoff.
Well, better before than after. Engine room?
Yes, sir.
What's happening? You boys ready yet?
No, sir.
Well, burn it, man. Get going. I want those engines started.
Sir,
What is it?
I don't quite know what to say.
Well, say something or I'll have you busted.
We can't start the engines, Commander. At least I can.
Well, why not?
I don't know.
Klein, put Klein on.
Lieutenant Klein, sir.
Lieutenant, what is going on down there? Is there something wrong with the engines?
No, sir. I've double-checked them.
Well, then let's get them heated up or we'll be on this godforsaken planet the rest of our lives.
We can't do it, sir.
Klein, suppose you tell me exactly why you can't start the engines. Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
All right, why?
Because, sir, we can't remember how.
What?
Yes, sir. We've forgotten how to start the engine.
Lieutenant, report up here in 1 minute. Bring Dr. Spencer with you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Brady, where have you got it?
Got what, Ira?
Don't play innocent. You and I have been doing planet surveys together for 15 years. You carry enough dead weight in grain alcohol on every trip to keep you happy for 1,000,000 light years. Now, obviously, the boys in the engine room have gotten into it.
Impossible.
Where is it?
I got a few fifths in my locker, but nobody's touched it. I checked a few minutes ago.
Well, then somebody has got some in the engine room. Come in.
Lieutenant Klein, sir. I brought Dr. Spencer as ordered.
Hello, Doc. Did Klein here tell you what's going on?
He did.
How long will it take you to get these guys sobered up?
I can't,
Why not?
because they're not drunk. I tested Klein in my office.
Now, wait a minute, Doc. Are you trying to get me to actually believe that these men, intergalactic engineers with years of hyperfission experience, have forgotten how to start the engines of this ship?
That's right.
You're serious?
Dead serious, Ira. Something, somehow, has caused these men to forget how to start the engines.
There it was. It fit in perfectly with a lot of other annoying little things that have been happening to us ever since we put down on Planet 9. It was to have been a routine exploration of a low-grade, uninhabited planet. Some routine exploration. All right, Klein, now listen to me. Do you have manuals aboard, engineering manuals?
Yes, sir.
Take the engine room boys and study those manuals. They'll tell you how to start the ship, won't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay, get going. Doc, I'd like you to stay here with me and Brady for a minute.
Okay.
Report back to me, Klein.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Doc, you're supposed to be an expert on space medicine. What is it?
I've never seen anything like it, Ira.
Brady?
Search me, Captain. I've seen them with space blues, alien psychoses, the works. But I've never seen a disease that could make a crew forget how to start the engines.
Maybe it isn't a disease.
Okay, what then?
Maybe it's a deliberate thing.
You mean they're faking?
No, I know Klein and the others too well for that. I mean, maybe there's some outside influence.
Doc, we've surveyed this planet from top to bottom. We know there isn't a living cell on it.
What about the junkyard?
What junkyard?
Oh, he means that pile of rusty space engine parts we found. The boys nicknamed it the junkyard.
He's right. Somebody put it there.
Well, we know that another spaceship landed here. We know that from the blast marks on the rock. We know that for some unexplained reason, they took their engine apart and tried to put it together again. We know they succeeded in building a much simpler engine, leaving a lot of spare parts, and we know that they took off. The blast-off marks tell us that, too.
What we don't know is whether or not they left somebody behind. Or something.
What about that stone tower, Ira?
The boys looked it over. It's just a pile of stones. They probably threw them together as a shelter while they were rebuilding their engine.
Oh, that sounds too simple.
I don't like that tower, Ira.
Why not?
I don't know. It was scary. It had that black look about it. The smell of death. I felt it when I walked past with Klein and MacGyver.
Well, that's the Celt in you, banshees and spooks.
I still don't like it. I need a drink.
Skip it. We should be ready to blast off in a few minutes. Engine room. Engine room. What's going on down there? Engine room. Lieutenant Klein.
Daddy? Is that you, Daddy? Did you bring me a present? Daddy, I'm scared.
Holy mackerel, that's Klein. He's gone off his rocker. Klein! Doc, I think we better get down to that engine room. When Doc examined Klein, he found him to have the mind and memory of a 6-year-old.
That's it, Ira. Something drained Klein of his memory. And that's as much as I can tell you.
Well, that's a big help.
Here's the manual he was reading.
Well, at least we can follow this manual and get off this stinking planet. Hand it to me.
Right here. Anything wrong, Ira? Is it all there?
It's all here, Doc. This is the engine manual that tells all about the engines. How they operate, how to locate trouble, how to fix them, how to start them.
Well, what is it then? You're sweating like a pig.
All of a sudden, I can't remember the symbols. Doc, I've forgotten how to read. I left the engine room and went out through the lock to stand on the outside platform of the ship. I looked over the junkyard where the metal of the rusted engine parts gleamed. There was a riddle there. A riddle we hadn't been able to figure out. Why had an alien spaceship landed here, ripped out its engines, and then put together a simple, less efficient engine and taken off again? And they'd worked in an awful hurry, judging by the mess they'd left. Why? Why?
Mind if I join you, Ira?
No, help yourself, Doc. How's Klein?
We've made him some toys. He's playing with them. I've assigned Mac to see that he doesn't hurt himself.
Doc.
Yes?
Have you got any ideas on what's happening to us?
Well, man experiences incidents, gathers knowledge, knows emotions. Then, as he grows older, he begins to forget those experiences, forget that knowledge. That's what life is, a long series of forgettings. Here on 9, in some impossible way, the forgetting is speeded up. It happens overnight.
Oh, there's more to it than that. Well, I'm going back to my cabin and try to get some rest.
That you, Ira?
That's me, that is.
What gives?
We're in a jam.
There's been planets I wouldn't mind being marooned on, you know, but this ain't one of them. There's something here, Ira. I can feel it.
Yes, I can feel it myself. Maybe we should have looked around more.
Klein looked around. Klein was the one found that tower.
Bertie, that's right. He did.
He said he didn't like it. He said it scared him.
In the morning, that is, we'll go and see that tower. In the morning, I took Doc and MacIver and Brady with me, and we walked across the valley to the stone tower. It wasn't much of a tower, maybe 8 or 9 feet high, made of rocks piled one on top of the other.
Pretty solid, well-built and odd. Type F culture, I'd say.
Did anybody bother to look inside this thing? MacIver, you were here with Klein yesterday.
Yes, sir. We couldn't find a way in, Captain. Klein poked around but gave up.
We'll make a way in. Stand back. I think I can shoot the top off it. Oh, no, that should be big enough for a man to lower himself into. Okay, pass a rope around my shoulders.
Captain.
Yes?
In case there's anything, well, dangerous, maybe I ought to go. After all, I'm survey engineer.
MacIver's right, Ira.
Okay, Mac, your responsibility.
Yes, sir. Just fasten the rope under my arms.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Now, I'll climb up and lower myself in. If I pull twice, haul me out. One pull means okay. Give me a hand, Brady. Huh?
How about a quick shot of whiskey first?
Never touch it. Ready? Yep.
Can you see inside?
Black as a tomb. I'm going to lower myself. Pay out a little rope. Well, it's been lovely. Here we go.
One tug. He's on the ground inside.
Yeah, I wonder what he's found.
I still don't like it.
Oh, Brady, there's probably not a thing in it except a few. There's 2 tugs. 3. Come on, haul them out.
Heave.
Brady, help him through the top.
Right. Easy now, Mac. What the heck is in there, anyway? Mac! Mac!
Dad.
Holy jumping asteroids. Doc, he's flipped.
No, he hasn't lost his mind. He's just reverted to babyhood.
We stood there at the foot of the tower, stunned. MacIver sat on the ground, happy as a clam, playing with his fingers and talking happy little nonsense syllables. Doc, take a look at him. Make sure that he's okay physically.
Check. If it's fright, his pulse will be way up. Mac, let me have your hand. That's a good fellow. Now. Good heavens.
What is it?
I've forgotten what the normal pulse rate is. Pulse?
Doc, let's get out of here. Brady, pick up MacIver and bring him back to the ship. Come on, let's get away from this tower. A few minutes later, Brady and I sat in the captain's quarters. He didn't do much talking, just sat and tipped his bottle to his lips ever so often. Well, at least we know in a general way what we're up against.
Do we?
We know there's been knowledge lost, important information forgotten.
Check.
Now, that memory, that lost skill, that knowledge went somewhere. Maybe there's something in that tower that takes it away. And I have a silly feeling we might even get it back.
Have a drink.
That is, get a couple of men, volunteers.
Now?
Now.
What for?
We're going to find out what's inside that tower. We lowered a rotating infrared movie camera into the tower, took some pictures, and went back to the ship for a look. There was something in there, all right.
Now, as far as we can determine, this thing we photographed is shaped like a watermelon standing on end. The movement of the hairs all over it suggests vibrations, such as an antenna of an insect. Underneath are wires leading to terminals that seemed plugged right into the thing.
You think it's a form of life?
My guess is a combination of living organism and machine. After all, man and machines work together. The difference is that man retains his individual identity.
Well, since it doesn't locomote, somebody or something must have put it there.
Exactly.
It looks like some kind of communication organism.
If it is, it's a communication machine that is built to take in information rather than pass it along.
Doc, do you really think that egg in there has been stealing our memory?
Why not?
Because it's too wild, that's why not.
It's no wilder than a lot of other things we found. Say that egg is a device for gathering knowledge.
But there's no knowledge here to gather. I mean, how often does a ship land on an out-of-the-way melon like this?
Wait a minute, Brady. Who says that knowledge has to be collected here?
Huh?
I said, why do we assume that knowledge has to be collected right here on Planet 9? We forget things back on Earth, don't we?
Good Lord.
Suppose you were some race setting out fish traps for knowledge, and you had plenty of time to gather it. Where would you put your traps? On a planet swarming with intelligent beings where the traps would be found and destroyed or their secrets snatched away? Or would you put them out on some second-rate world where nobody would ever bother them?
Good heavens, I'd pick a spot just like this.
Let me fill in this picture, Doc. I think that some unknown race is bent on trapping knowledge throughout the galaxy.
Ira, if what you say is true, if it is, then every time someone on Earth forgets something, it's because one of these eggs has drained it out of him.
Well?
It's too fantastic.
Have you got a better guess?
No.
The question is, what do we do next? If anybody gets near that egg, he winds up like some puling little baby.
You were pretty near it that first day. Did you forget anything?
How should I know? I was too pleasantly lit up on grain spirits to know the difference.
Well, the question is still, what now?
I'm going outside to think.
Ira.
Yes?
There is one thing to keep in mind.
What is that, Doc?
If those are memory traps, then there must be a way for somebody to empty them. And if we're ever going to get away from here, what's gone in has got to come out.
I stood out on the platform of the ship and tried to make some sort of pattern of it. Forgetfulness. That was the key word. All through the galaxy, in every culture, there was forgetfulness. There were lots of learned theories, of course, kinks in the brain, neuroses, data processing. But suppose they were wrong. Might it not be that forgetfulness was caused by thousands upon thousands of these memory traps planted throughout the galaxy, nibbling away at the conscious memory of all the sentient beings that lived among the stars? On Earth, a man forgets slowly because the traps are far away. But here, in their very shadow, a man forgets suddenly. And then another thought entered my mind. What kind of race had set these traps? How did they empty them? How? Brady, huh? Where do you keep your liquor?
Not cheap.
Come on, where?
It's in my locker.
Get it out of there, all of it.
Ira.
That's a direct order.
Okay.
All of it. That it?
Yeah. I never thought I'd see the day when you pulled rank on me, Ira. If you confiscate this stuff, so help me, I'll never...
Who said anything about confiscating? That is, have you ever really hung one on, I mean, just pie-eyed drunk?
Let's see. Yeah, there was once on Mars.
Was that the worst?
It was beautiful. Took me 3 days to sober up. They say I fought off the whole galactic patrol for hours.
Well, do you think you got enough here to get that polluted again?
I got a pretty good supply, Ira.
Well, that's good, because in 1 minute, I'm going to give you a direct order to hang on the biggest, most monstrous drunk in the entire history of the universe. But first, you have to volunteer.
I volunteer.
No, not until I explain why I'm doing this.
Ira, this sort of project don't need reasons. It's a pleasure.
Let me finish. You know that egg up in the tower?
Yeah?
The minute you get near it, it grabs your mind, wipes it clean, right?
Yeah.
And a lead space helmet doesn't shield you, as we saw with MacIver.
Right.
Now, Doc thinks this egg is a kind of communications thing.
It must be.
Okay, you're a communications man. What do you do when you can't shield a communication?
Well, that's easy. You scramble it. Any fool knows. Holy mackerel.
Exactly. Are you still game?
You think it'll work?
I don't know. I think it might.
Suppose it doesn't.
You'll be a babbling infant like Klein and MacIver.
If we don't stop that thing, it'll happen anyway.
Unless we can remember how to start the engines.
Okay, Ira. I'll do it. When do I start?
Right now.
Well, Ira, here's mud in your ever-loving intergalactic eyeballs. You know something? I'm beginning to like this mission already.
Well, that kills the last bottle.
How am I doing, Ira, old buddy?
You're not drunk enough. I should have picked somebody like Doc, except he'd probably pass out.
I'm not drunk enough, huh, old buddy pal?
Not yet.
Well, then, in which case, old buddy, I'm going to have to do something I never like to have to do.
What's that?
I'm going to have to go into my extra special emergency reserve supply. It's a little supply I keep in case of getting marooned on a planet, you know? I don't like to go into it, but in this case, it's my duty. I'm a rambling wreck from Georgia Tech and a heck of an engineer. A rambling wreck from Georgia Tech and a heck of an engineer. Woo! Blast off!
Okay, I guess you're ready. What do you think, Doc?
Most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Is he drunk enough?
What I want to know is what's keeping him conscious.
Okay, Bad Ears, on your feet. Help him up, Doc.
Right.
Rambling wreck from Georgia.
Let's go, Bad Ears.
Right. Rambling wreck from Georgia Tech.
Somehow we pushed, hauled, and stumbled Bad Ears Brady out of the ship and up the rocks to the egg tower. We erected a tripod over the hole with a block and tackle, passed a rope around Brady's chest, and hauled him over the entrance to the tower. There he swung like some overstuffed pig, singing raucously under the eerie moonlight.
Rambling wreck from Georgia Tech.
Well, What do you say, Ira?
Got the earphones on him so they can't slip off.
They're on.
I guess we're ready to lower him.
Ira.
Yep.
You sure? It's a man's life.
I'm not sure, Doc. But as commander of this expedition, I sometimes have to risk the lives of my men.
Okay, Ira.
Lower away before I start to get sober. Lower away. Blast off. Fire 1. Fire 2. Bon voyage, Ira.
Good luck, Brady. Good luck.
He's at the bottom, Ira.
Yeah. That is, can you hear me?
Get your hands out of my hair. Someone's got his hands in my hair, Ira.
Oh, the thing must be picking at his brain. Brady, listen to me. Do you see the egg?
See ya, that's my buddy, Ira. My little old egghead buddy. You and me's buddy's egghead, right? Have a drink.
Oh, good Lord, he's got a bottle with him. He's pouring it on the egg. Brady, listen to me. The wires.
Wires?
The lead wires you took in with you.
Yeah.
Pull out the studs on the egg and hook your wires to it. You got that?
Just a minute. We and egg here's gotta have a drink.
Oh, good heavens. It's no use, Ira. He's too drunk to know what he's doing.
I'll try again. Brady, listen. Your friend, the egg, can't hear you, see? He can't have a drink until you hook your wires into him. You got that?
Sure, that's an awful thing. That's dreadful. Okay.
What's he doing? Doc, you getting any impulses?
Not a thing.
Maybe we better haul him out. If he starts to sober up.
Maybe we'd better.
Okay, 1, 2.
Wait a minute, wait.
What?
I'm getting something, Ira. What? This is fantastic. Oh, I'm getting something.
All right, haul him out, quick. Come on.
A rambling Rex from Georgia, Texas.
Brady, are you all right? Doc, help me. Take a look at him. Is he okay?
Yes, he's okay. Just passed out.
Let's get him back to the ship.
Right. You know what, Ira?
What?
Tomorrow about 9 a.m., we're going to be in on the most colossal hangover in the history of mornings after.
We were in on more than Doc Spencer had bargained for. More than any human being had any business being in on.
Oh.
Well, Brady, how do you feel?
Shoot me.
You turned the trick. The tower. You hooked into the egg. The stuff is rolling out now. Doc and the boys have got a recording hooked up. The stuff they're listening in on is enough to set your teeth on edge.
What's that?
The information that mind trap has been collecting for hundreds of years. It'll take us years to sort it out, but we're getting some of it straight already.
Any of our own stuff?
Plenty.
Anything on engines?
Well, not on our engines.
So?
We got the dope on the junkyard engine. Mac and the boys are helping to get it assembled. We're ripping out our own engines and just keeping some of the parts.
Another junkyard, huh?
Another junkyard. The engine we're building now is superior to anything ever built.
Pretty handy little gadget, that egg. Only one thing.
What's that?
Tell Doc if he comes across a good hangover remedy to let me know, huh?
Oh.
It took us about 6 days to assemble new engines using some of our parts and some of the advanced designs from the junkyard. During most of that time, Doc Spencer sat down at the tower with a set of headphones monitoring the information from the egg. It was like a man possessed. I didn't think anything unnatural was happening until the night of the 6th day. Well, that does it. The boys have got the engines ready for blast-off. There's a full moon, too.
We should be able to lift her by tomorrow morning, huh?
We're blasting off in exactly 1 minute, that is.
What?
In exactly 1 minute.
But Ira, Doc, and some of the techno boys are down monitoring that egg.
I know it.
Well, it'll take them 20 minutes to get back into the ship with all that equipment.
They're not getting back.
Huh?
I said they're not getting back.
Ira, are you nuts?
Come here, that is. I want you to take a look through this field scope. You can get a good close-up of Doc and the boys who have been monitoring that egg.
Now, wait till I get it focused.
You got them?
Yeah.
Take a close-up.
Mother in heaven.
You see why we have to leave them here?
Those faces, they're like some kind of beast. What is it, Ira? What's happened to
The
us?
same thing that must have happened to the crew of the last ship that touched here. The same thing that made them blast out of here in such a tearing hurry. What? That is, there isn't only knowledge in that thing. Those boys are monitoring something else.
Something else.
Personality, that is. They're not human anymore. They're turning alien. They were still there when the ship roared up away from Planet 9 and pointed her silver nose toward Earth. We could see them in the scopes. A group of tiny figures crouched over the recording equipment, their earphones plugged into the egg. They didn't even look up when we blasted off. They were no longer human now. They were something else. Something 1,000,000 light years old and of another world.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features the R. DeWitt Miller story, Swenson Dispatcher. The story of a shrewd but unscrupulous spaceship dispatcher who tries to best the rival airlines by unethical means, and with most surprising results. Galaxy Magazine on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Junkyard, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Clifford D. Simak and adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were John Larkin, Bob Hastings, Mercer McLeod, Stan Early, and Jack Orison. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Let's visit Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
All right. Well, that was an interesting show, to say the least. Thank you for joining me once again. I am going to switch tapes here, and we're going to listen to some themes. We're going to listen to themes from old-time radio. So let me rewind this tape a little bit. How's about that Bat Ears Brady? If you noticed, Bat Ears Brady was a character from this show and the previous show. He was the radio man, and different actors played the character, Bat Ears Brady, but nonetheless, it seemed to be a popular name for a radio man, Bat Ears. Yeah, so let's put on themes like old times. I have a lot of these LPs in my father's collection, themes from old radio shows, and let's listen in. And I'll talk to you all in a bit. Enjoy.
I feel you near. Once more, you're my love of yesteryear. Howdy, folks. Yes, it's your old friend Singing Sam. So let's just settle back and reminisce a bit. What do you say, huh?
The recordings you are about to hear are 20, 30, and even 40 years old. They date back to the days when listening to the radio was an adventure with cat's whiskers and headphones. Some of these programs date from the 1930s and the dark days of the Depression. Others from the 1940s and the trying war years. Still others from the early 1950s when creative radio was fighting its last battle with the new giant television. Some of these programs will sound familiar Others will be new to your ears. All are authentic and sound exactly as they did when they were originally broadcast. This is Radio Yesteryear.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back and get a good grip on your nerves, if you can.
Good health to all from Rexall. From Hollywood, the Jimmy Durante Show. Ding, a dink-a-ding, a dink-a-doo, a dink-a-ding. 1, 2, 4. Yes, it's the Jimmy Durante Show with Alvin Treacher, Candy Candido, Roy Bargy and his orchestra, our Rexall sportscaster Tommy Harmon, yours truly, Howard Petrie, and our special guest tonight, Bing Crosby.
Avoid 5 o'clock shadow.
Use Gem Blades. Use Gem Blades. Use Gem Blades. Gem Razors and Gem Blades present The Adventures of the Falcon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
This is the House of Mystery.
It seems as though my cassette player has malfunctioned again.
Good evening.
Hey.
This is Roger Elliott, otherwise known as the Mystery Man, welcoming you to another storytelling session here at the House of Mystery.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Jess Kirkpatrick, and me, Harlow Wilcox.
Thursday, October 2nd, 1941. Time for Valiant Lady. General Mills' new Bisquick presents Joan Blaine in Valiant Lady, the story of a brave woman and her brilliant but unstable husband. The story of her struggle to keep his feet planted firmly upon the pathway to success.
Andy, listen, the man is just about to say it.
Yeah, let's everybody listen. Rinso, the new Rinso with Solium, brings you the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, sir, Rinso, the soap that contains Solium, the sunlight ingredient, brings you a full half hour of entertainment with the Jubilaires, Jeff Alexander's orchestra and chorus, and radio's all-time favorites, Amos and Andy.
The Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California presents
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you the distinguished actor, Mr. Ronald Colman, in one of the great suspense stories of our time, August Heat.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen. Music with Peter Van Steeden. New features, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. Here they come, Leon Quintuplets.
Also, evening, Doctor?
No, madam, the little tots are busy at their radios. It's Town Hall tonight.
Farmer, what's your idea of putting a radio in your hen house, Clem?
Hens can learn plenty about laying eggs from that Allen, Zeb. It's Town Hall tonight.
G-Man. But this is hardly a case for the G-Man, lady.
It sure is. Those thieves stole my radio, Mr. Hoover, and it's Town Hall tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, Easy Aces. Once again, the strains of Manhattan Serenade introduce Easy Aces, radio's distinctive laugh novelty.
Where the blue of the night meets the gold of the day. Someone waits for me.
Welcoming you to Philco Radio Time. Produced and transcribed in New York,
with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Skitch Henderson, and Bing's guests, Fred Allen and Connie Boswell. Up with me. Come on, boy.
Shredded rum for your breakfast. Start the day off shining bright. Gives you lots of cowboy energy with a flavor that's just right. It's delicious and nutritious, light size and ready to eat. Take a tip from Tom, go and tell your mom shredded Ralston can't be beat.
The Tom Mix Ralston Straight Shooters bring you action, mystery, and mile-a-minute thrills in radio's biggest Western detective program. Tonight you're about to hear another episode in a baffling mystery. Secret Mission.
John Ruskin wrote this. Whenever money is the principal object of life, it is both got ill and spent ill, and does harm both in getting and spending. When getting and spending happiness is our aim, life can be beautiful. Life Can Be Beautiful is an inspiring message of faith drawn from life, written by Carl Bixby and Don Becker, and brought to you by Spick and Span. No soap, no other cleaner. Nothing in America cleans painted walls, woodwork, and linoleum like Spick and Span.
Presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Rita Hayworth and Charles Corbin in This Love of Ours. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
And now meet Richard Culmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Homer's White Label, the premium beer that is two ways light, presents Albert Mitchell's program, The Answer Man. And here he is, The Answer Man.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you'll read the first question.
Certainly. A West Orange, New Jersey man asks, does the British Who's Who still list Hitler's telephone number?
Oh, yes. Berlin 11-6.
Hello, nephews, nieces, too, mothers and daddies, how are you? This is Uncle Don, all set to go. With a meeting on the radio, we'll start off with a little song. And the words will not take long, for they're as easy can be. Come on now and sing with me. Hibbity gets hot, sa ring-bo-ree, Simonia skibbity, I-lo-dee, Ho-nico dope with an alley-kazan, sing this song with your Uncle Don. That was swell, you get 4 breaks. Guiding light. Brought to you by the makers of P&G soap, the white naphtha soap. Why does a chicken cross the road? That was no chicken. That was my wife.
Can you top that, Harry Hirschfield?
Try.
And you, Senator Ford?
I might.
And you, Joe Laurie Jr.?
Maybe.
Those expedient exclamations introduce the pint-sized author comedian, Joe Laurie Jr., the popular after-dinner speaker and current topic humorist, Senator Ford, and the well-known columnist, cartoonist, and after-dinner speaker, Harry Hirschfield. These effervescent emas of entertainment
bring you another session of Can You Top This? With the best wishes of Kirkman Soap Flakes.
Stand by to raise ship. Blast off. -5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
As roaring rockets blast off to distant planets and far-flung stars, we take you to the age of the conquest of space with Tom Corbett, Space Cadet.
And now, get ready to smile again with radio's home folks. They Can Sade, written by Paul Reimer.
Kellogg's Pep, the build-up wheat cereal with the prize in every package, invites you to share another thrilling adventure with Mark Fail.
Battling the raging elements, fighting the savage wilderness, striking at the enemies of man and nature. One man's name resounds from snow-capped mountains down across the sun-baked plains. Mark Trail! Guardian of the forest, protector of wildlife, champion of man and nature. Mark Trail!
Chase and Sanborn present Major Edward Bowes' original amateur hour. Major? Good evening, friends. A spinning goes the weekly wheel of fortune. Around, around she goes, and where she stops, nobody knows.
Good evening, anybody. Here's Morgan.
And now the Jell-O family presents...
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother. Yes, it's the Aldrich family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith, and starring Ezra Stone as Henry, with Jackie Kelk as Homer. And yes, it's the Jell-O family.
Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O puddings. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now, True Detective Mysteries. In cooperation with the editor of True Detective magazine and the Mutual Broadcasting System, True Detective Mysteries, brought to you by X-Lax, America's largest
Memories, dreams of love so true.
And now, Stella Dallas, the true-to-life sequel as written by us to the world-famous drama of mother love and sacrifice.
In my beautiful memory.
The story of Mert and Marge. Mert and Marge is a story of Broadway. A story that goes beyond the lights of the gay white way into the lives of two chorus girls. Two girls from the cast of that most glittering of all Broadway extravaganzas, Hayfield's Pleasures. The house lights go down, the footlights come on. In a moment, the curtain will go up on the first chapter in the story of Mert and Marge.
The makers of Instant Chase and Sanborn Coffee present the Charlie McCarthy Show. Listen gentlemen, greeting you from Hollywood, California. On behalf of Edgar Bergen, Charlie McCarthy, Mortimer Snare, Don Amici, and Marcia Hunt of the Bickersons by Phil Rapp, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Pat Patrick as Ursel Twing.
Pillsbury Snow Sheen Cake Flour brings you Grand Central Station. As a bullet seeks its target, shining rails in every part of our great country are aimed at Grand Central Station, heart of the nation's greatest city. Drawn by the magnetic force of the
All right, well, my tape cassette player has malfunctioned yet again, which seems to be an appropriate place to stop. My wife has gone on her way. Check out the smoke in here, huh? My wife has gone off to help her friend on Wednesday day, so she's out to help her friend. Yeah, that's better. And so I sit here alone once again. Let's go back a couple of themes to the Charlie McCarthy show. They mentioned a few of the stars from the Charlie McCarthy show, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, who were one and the same. Edgar Bergen was the voice of Charlie McCarthy, and Mortimer Snerd, and a host of other characters. In Charlie McCarthy, in Edgar Bergen's home, he had a separate room in his house for Charlie McCarthy and Mortimer Snerd and the other ventriloquist dolls to live. He treated them as though they were actual entities in his home. And when I was young, I heard the stories of from Candace Bergen, as she would tell about her father and growing up with these little wooden brothers, these little ventriloquist dummies. So she was raised as though they were part of the family, which is very, very eccentric and very, very Hollywood, very, very vaudeville. Yeah. Those eccentric stars. I got a little bit of sun peeking in over here. Let me fix this here. There, that's better. So the Charlie McCarthy Edgar Bergen show was one of those fantastic shows. Charlie McCarthy, the ventriloquist dummy itself, that character and W.C. Fields had a feud on the radio. And they didn't like each other, mainly because W.C. Fields was known to dislike children, and he looked at Charlie McCarthy as a child. The woodpecker's pinup boy is how he referred to him. But when they were talking about the stars on the show, they happened to mention Don Amici. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Don Amici. Probably more familiar with him than you know, if you've watched a lot of movies from the 1980s. If you remember an Eddie Murphy movie, Trading Places, where he and Dan Aykroyd at the top of the corporate ladder, and Eddie Murphy, a homeless bum living on the streets begging for pennies, right? And they trade places, and now he's got the mansion and the butler and the really nice executive position, and he's out on the streets. And that's a fantastic movie. Don Amici is one of the brothers that make the bet that they could turn this guy into this guy and vice versa. Don Amici is in that movie. He also plays one of the elderly gentlemen in Ron Howard's film Cocoon and Cocoon 2: The Return. Don Amici is a class act in anything that he's in, young or old. He was in movies all through his younger days. Now, for old time radio's sake, he wasn't only on the Edgar Berg and Charlie McCarthy show. He actually had his own 15-minute short that started as a 10 or 15-minute series that was on nightly, and it was The Bickersons. And he and Frances Langford were a couple known as John and Blanche Bickerson. And they were just that. They were a couple. John? What? John? John, what was it? What is it, Blanche? I thought I heard something. It was probably you waking me up. And they would just bicker. He never had enough money because she was always taking his money and spending it on stuff. Her brother was always coming over and borrowing his things. And the episode always took place in the middle of the night while they were supposed to be sleeping. She would wake him up and they would go through some kind of scenario, some kind of routine. That was just a blast to listen to. Next week, we'll listen to some Bickersons because they're one of my favorite old-time radio couples. Just classic stuff. So anyway, my wife, she just went off. She's gone for the day until probably lunchtime, and then she'll come back and we'll hang out and then do something together. I'll probably at that point be in either in a big nap or in the throes of some kind of video production. My plan for today is to try to set up some kind of live camera sound test for my Friday Night Live show. So at some point today, I'll be going live with hopefully a new camera. And if I'm real lucky, all of my sound will be working, and I'll get 2 mics and 2 guitars to all work at the same time, so that I don't have any malfunctions during the show. If it does malfunction, if something goes on, hey, that's live TV, no big deal. We just kind of deal with it as it comes, right? But yeah, Friday we're having Roy Pitluck on the show. A local singer-songwriter from down here in Palm Springs. I met him at an open mic night at the Spag West in Morongo Valley. Of course, that night I got up on stage and just made a miserable excuse for myself. Of course, that's what I get for, first of all, having a beer. Any amount of alcohol goes in me, and I cannot function properly. Which is why I don't ever drink and drive, because some people can and some people can't, and I can't, so I don't. Period. I've probably got some kind of tolerance issue with alcohol in my head, because I've never been one to be able to go out and drink more than a 6-pack. If I drink a 6-pack, I'm crawling, baby. So no excuses. I got up on stage and I failed. Roy did not. Roy does not disappoint. He's going out on a 10-week junket to promote his music and himself. He just did a fantastic photo shoot. I'm seeing a lot of those photos on Facebook. Yeah, us old guys need to stick together. So he's out doing his thing, and I'm not sure what we're going to do on the show. I like to keep everything organic. If you haven't noticed, I don't plan anything. I don't plan on writing anything down or figuring out anything ahead of time. He's going to show up a little bit early so we can hang out. He can get comfortable being here, and we can plug his stuff in and do a sound check, and he can get comfortable in what's going on here. I may hang up some black or any kind of really sheets or something in here to kind of give us a little deadening of the echo that goes on here. If you haven't noticed, it's kind of sharp in here, so I might want to muffle that down a little bit. I've got a big one of those foam egg crate looking mattress pads that I may actually hang up somewhere to give us a little bit better sound quality in here. I do have acoustic ceiling, the old style of cottage cheese acoustic, because my place is a throwback room. I went ahead and I sprayed up my own acoustic ceiling up here. So that kind of helps in here. And then I've got this rug here that helps. And then a few curtains and a few other things to kind of keep the sound from just kind of bouncing around in here like we're in a metal box. So there you go. Please tune in Friday and show your support for my first episode guest. I did a pilot episode. Please check that out as well. My very good friend David stopped by and helped me do a pilot episode. He will be a returning guest on the show. Returning by which I mean he will be returning quite often on my show. On occasion, I would like to have him on as a guest host. I might have him on the show with me as a guest host so that he can interview me and I can play some of my music because I'm a local guy, right? And while I'm not in the throes of producing my own music and really, you know, doing my thing constantly, everyone else is, and I want to help give them as much support as possible, you know. So if I have David on the show again, it may be to interview someone that he knows better than me, or to interview me. But he's a fun guy to be around and a fun guy to talk to. So yeah, and then I've got a few other ideas lined up for future guests. I'm hoping something pans out so that I can do a weekly schedule rather than a bi-monthly schedule. I'd rather do 4 shows a month or 5 if we've got the Fridays. This March here would have been a great month to do 5 live Friday night shows because we got 5 Fridays this month. So had I known about that in February, I might have pushed harder. But I've been working on this Sunday show thing, trying to get the tape, try to get everything edited together in one 90-minute program. So speaking of tape, one of my big tasks is to get 3/4 inch tape digitized. Like I said, I took yesterday off, and I have just been so wrapped up in editing digital footage from concerts that I really haven't wanted to do anything else. I've been really earning my chops in the editing bay here, trying to figure out what I can do, what my equipment will allow me to do, and most importantly, where to find resources. I just found the Internet Archive, and it's a database filled with copyright-free material from the past, old songs, old movies, old TV stuff that nobody really owns copyright on. So it's free game. You can free domain stuff. So I'm finding out that I can use some of that stuff. Of course, I'm not going to grab a movie and then put it on my channel and say, here, watch this movie, it's free, which a lot of people do. That's not my bag, baby. What I'll probably do is I'll take these things, take a movie and chop out a few seconds here and there, and then use them as elements in one of my own videos, right? So hopefully, if I can get my shit together today, I'll be working on that commercial for a friend and try to get that knocked out by this evening so that I can get into my live camera sound test this evening. I want to get that out of the way so that I know that everything is ready to go. Tomorrow morning's broadcast actually might be from a different camera if I can get my older camera to work through YouTube. So fingers crossed that that this works, because it'll be a game changer for my show. I don't think that I can go into editing here and change my camera angle. I think the best I can do is change my description of what's going on. Yeah, I can't change anything yet camera wise, but then again, I've only got one camera Why is that there? This should be set to people and blogs, which is where I had it set this morning, but it changed on me. And then it won't allow me to change any sound or video right now. So, we'll see. we'll definitely see what we get. I don't know if you were with me for a second, but I just popped in and did a little bit of editing in this live show, and I'm just kind of trying to feel this out here. I just recently found the YouTube sound library, so that's another resource that I'm utilizing. I've got an editing program that allows me to use some things that are copyright free, and then I've got the sound library from YouTube, the internet archive of free use stuff, and then I've got a bunch of older material that nobody's claiming copyright infringement upon when I air it on YouTube. On occasion, I will get something that's too mainstream, Jack Benny, or something that people know. But when I play stuff like old science fiction things, a lot of things that I can find on YouTube myself, it usually doesn't have any issue. So I'll be using sound effects from things that I have here. If I use pieces of newer movies that have copyright stuff, what I'll probably do is just grab my camera, point it at my TV screen, play whatever it is I want to record it on my camera, screen grab video, or just grab it with my camera, and save it as a little short video bite, and then upload it to my computer, and then use it that way. Edit down to the time I need, to the particular portion that I need. I can change the screen size and zoom in a little bit, so I'm not exactly resharing somebody else's stuff exactly. Change it up a little bit. So I'll probably get away with that kind of use of copyrighted material, because there are some things that I want to do that require me to show you what I'm talking about. Example, let's go to the movies, which is going to require me to show you little snippets of movies and little sound bites and stuff. Even in the music video for the theme song, which is about 3.5 minutes long, right? That's going to require a whole lot of video snippets and sound bites and overlays. So it's going to be that one's going to be a treat. I'm going to need so much extra RAM on my computer. I'm going to have to just dump a lot of stuff onto my hard drives or get another computer. It's starting to become really cumbersome not being able to edit and then be able to preview what I'm editing. I've got to save it out, watch it, and go, ah, shit, I screwed up. And then go back and redo it again, and then save it again. And it takes hours to process and save this crap. So it can become a nightmare. Still, I gotta go. I gotta do it. I gotta be me. I gotta have my day in the sun. So, yeah, I'll be trying to get as much stuff done today as possible, and tomorrow, and then so that if I get everything set up by Thursday night, Friday, I can kind of sleep in, go do a little work if I have to, maybe get a little nap, and get rested before 4 o'clock when Roy shows up, and we do a little pre-show get together. So yeah, that'll be really cool. So thanks for tuning in today for Old Time Radio Wednesdays. It is the 13th of March, 2024. Again, it is Wednesday. Tomorrow is the last day of the morning show for the week. But Friday night, we are going live at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for the first episode of season 1, Save the Pilot. We've already done a pilot for this and tried to work out whatever bugs we had. And I think we've we pretty much did a good pilot. So we're going to use the same format. I'm just going to have the table and the 2 chairs, some guitar stands, microphones, and we'll do an impromptu interview and listen to some of Roy's music and poetry, accompanied by his guitar. And I can't wait. It's going to be a blast. It'll be my first show with someone who I really don't know. We're just acquaintances. So I'll get to ask questions and be honest in the fact that I just don't know anything about this guy, and that's really cool. It's a few things that I know about him, but nothing really, and that's intriguing for me. That's fun. That's an adventure, the exploration of the fellow human. So yeah, that'll be cool. We're coming up on 3 hours here. I'm debating whether or not I want to call it a show. We only had an hour yesterday because I was exhausted and expected to go out and do some stuff and wound up just sleeping in too long. So I didn't get crap done yesterday. I don't really want to take a nap today, but I'm not always in charge of what my body wants to do for the day. So, when you get a certain age, your body dictates what you're allowed to do. I'm partially retired now because I'm partially disabled. So most days the pain will dictate to me what I'm able to do. Now, the whole reason of doing this morning show is because the morning is the perfect time for me, because my pain hasn't really registered completely with my brain. By the end of the show, I'm going to be in a considerable amount of pain, except for the pain reducer that I've been sitting here doing. Yeah, I try to keep my show free of planning, and I want my Friday show to be the same thing. Hey, here's somebody new, let's meet them together, basically. And so I don't want to write a bunch of shit down. Ooh, be sure to ask him this because you know this about him, or you've learned this, or you did a whole bunch of research on this guy, and that's not how I'm going to do this show. I want to keep it, my favorite word for this whole channel is organic. Let's just keep it flowing naturally, like the pilot episode of this was perfect because my friend literally showed up at the door right after I had gone live, and he just arrived shortly after that and came in and set his guitar case down, and we started talking. The dogs had to come in and introduce themselves, and we got something to drink, and I even went to the friggin' door and did a bong hit because I was right in the middle of doing that, and I don't want to push my issues, my things out on somebody else. If they don't smoke, I'm not going to smoke in here. If they got a trouble with dogs or anything, we'll go to a separate location and we'll do a show elsewhere. And I'm totally game. I'll throw shit in my van and we'll go park somewhere that I've got good cell reception, and we'll go live from my phone. Or we'll go to an Airbnb and we'll hang out there for a couple of hours and do something live with that wireless hookup. Or take a like I've got my computer here. This thing is wired directly into my cable modem, so I get a stronger, faster signal. It's an older computer, so it's not always like that, but that's my intention, is to get the strongest, fastest, cleanest signal I can get to you. Now, sometimes you're going to see a picture and you go, man, what kind of old shit is going on here? And it's just because I'm looking through an old camera and I'm trying to give you that time trip. These two I would love to have on my show at some point, the Tommy Tom Show. They're a father-daughter team that just phenomenal acoustic guitar singing duo. There are a few other artists in the area that I've become acquainted with that I'm really seriously going after. I was going to mention earlier that when my wife left, I started the show this morning, and just before I started the show, my wife, not my wife, my daughter was up milling around because she was up late doing homework. She stays up as late as she needs to do homework. She got out of, she had class on Monday. She's got class tonight, so she's going to sleep until 11 and then get up, get ready, and well, maybe 10, get up and get ready and go to class at noon, come home at 1:30, take a nap, or sometimes stay at school with friends and work, and then go to her 6 o'clock class, 6:30 to 9:30. So once a week she stays and does a late evening class, right? But it's neat that I get up to do my show and she's just going to bed. And then during my show, my wife will usually wake up toward the end of my show, my wife will usually wake up. So things are kind of weird, and then the dogs do the same thing. They're getting up, they're coming out, they're hanging out, they're saying good morning, now, and going to the bathroom, and then they want to get back into bed with somebody else. So this household is kind of an unusual household, to say the least. It's always been, every place that I've been and lived has been weird because I've been there. A comment that an old longtime friend made on one of my YouTube shares on Facebook. She said, I've never thought of you as being a crazy old weird bearded guy, right? And I said, well, yeah, not until I got old and bearded, right? But I was definitely crazy and weird back then. And I don't think I've changed. I think I'm the same guy, actually. I think I'm more unchanging than anyone that I know. I still talk the same. I still think the same. See, I can't even talk. I still, do the same things, listen to the same genres of music. I still like to do the same things. I still watch the same old TV shows and old movies that I liked from back then. I'm pretty much unchanging. And that's okay. It's okay to be you. And, a lot of things have changed about me and my character greatly, but I've never strayed from that core guy that I've been since I was, 15 or 16. I'm still that guy. I just got less hair and more memories. Maybe there's a connection there, right? My cup says have a beautiful day, and there's a rainbow on the handle. It says beautiful day. And it is. Any day that you're above ground is a beautiful day. So hold on to that thought. Yeah. So we had old time radio today. We had 3 episodes of X-1. And we had just about a whole side of themes like old times. Themes from old time radio shows. And that's kind of neat because you can just kind of get little excerpts of the opening of the show and the crazy kooky characters or the heavy dramatic characters, or Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Coming, Mother. Yeah, now a lot of these shows I've actually listened to. I've got on recording. My father left me quite a decent stack of LPs from the past. So I like to poke through those and listen to those. I've acquired a lot of records here on my own because of that small collection that I was gifted. So that's cool. So I'd like to share as much of that I'm allowed to share. What I would really like is to have like a radio show where I could sit here and share all of these things with you in a podcast, DJ radio type format. That would be You know, that to me would be the perfect Friday night show. I chose Friday night at 5 o'clock because that's the time period that my father used, 5 to 6, when he was on the radio in Pasadena at the college campus radio station, KPCC in Pasadena, California. It's like 97 something, 87. Anyway, that was his time slot. So I've kind of taken that here. Of course, I can take any time slot I want because there's a million channels, right? And a million things on at any given time. So that helps me. You know, I can pick a time slot, and somebody else isn't going to bump me out and say, well, I want that time slot and I got to have it. Well, get your own fucking channel then, right? Yeah, what else was I going to mention? I forgot, so I better just do a bong hit instead. Right? Hey, because I can do that on my show. I'm allowed to do that as long as I don't promote any or show you any or talk about or think about any blood or gore or violence or hate or that kind of stuff. I'm not into that. So this is perfect format for me. Because I'm like anti all of that. Yeah, sometimes I get pissed off and vent and say, well, I'm going to beat the hell out of somebody, but it's not like I'm actually going to do it, and I very quickly try to let you know that that's not what I'm about, and that's not what this is about, The main thing we need to all remember is that we're so much more alike than we're not. So if you can hold on to that, you can hang out with that guy over there and not all focused on our differences, right? Because the powers that be want you to focus on our differences. That's what keeps us pissed off at each other and keeps them in charge. Well, you need us to take care of you because those guys are going to come after us. Well, they create those issues. They cause the reasons for these guys to come after us, right? So I don't, all I promote is love and peace and understanding and just trying to freaking get along. And if you don't want to get along, fine. Go over there and beat yourself up. Go beat your head up against a rock, but leave the rest of the world alone, man, because we don't need that shit anymore. We're, as the human race, we're so much above all the shit they keep trying to drag us down into, right? Get out of that shit. If your leaders are trying to drag you into a freaking war over some fucking stupid fucking reason, get out of there. Because the only reason that you should pick up arms against somebody else is because they're coming after you, trying to get you. And that's it. And if you're one of those people going out after people, you're the problem, period. And we need to deal with you accordingly. People start with the violence, they need to be gaffled and chucked into the back of a truck and dumped off somewhere until they fucking figure it out. Nobody wants to have anything to do with you if you're going to be an asshole. Go the fuck away. Pick them up, drop them out in the middle of the fucking desert. And if they can learn to get along and then make it back to the world, then we'll let you play the game. Otherwise, get the fuck out of here. Put you in a penalty box. You're gone. Learn to fucking get along or get the fuck out. And be nice to people. Be courteous. Be courteous. Listen to the show. You'll get it. So Friday's show won't really have anything to do with me other than me trying to be a gracious host to my guest. Let's have something to drink. Let's meet my dogs. If you're not into dogs, I'll shuffle them out of here as quick as possible. But let's hang out. Let's get to know you. Let's check out whatever it is your art is, whatever it is that inspires you, whatever makes you, do what you do. Let's check it out. Pardon me. But yeah, I'm totally ready, to get this other live thing going, because I think I've over the last 2 or 3 months here, I've kind of earned my chops being able to get on here and just talk, and talk honestly and openly. And that's all I want the rest of my life to be about is, just getting to know the world honestly and openly, and letting the world know that I'm not just some damn Yankee. I'm not just some guy who wants to pick up a gun and come running after you because some asshole over here tells me to. I'm not going to do that. I mean, I'm just not that guy. I want to get to know you. I mean, I've already got a couple of nice people who are coming out and saying, "Hey, man, you're all right. You're cool. Let's hang out. Let's talk." And I love that. Because that's all I've ever really wanted out of my life is to be accepted and to get along. That's it. That's all. I got to be me. I'm not out to hurt anyone or destroy anything. I'm not out to do anything extremely, oh my God, did he really do that? Can he do that on TV? Marge, look at this guy. He's a fucking kook. Leave him alone, Harry. So yeah, I mean, I'm just here to have a good time at nobody's expense, right? Even if we do a drawing, I mean, somewhere in the continental United States or within reason, I'll pay the friggin' postage on it, and I'll give you, something that really means a lot to the both of us and helps you to time travel, whether you're from my time or not. Let's go. I'll be your guide, and we can go back into the past and check things out. So yeah, I'm real excited about the next phase of this. I thought it was going to be the Sunday show, but that's going to have to wait just a little bit till I get through this Friday. And then, like I said, the only thing I need to plan is who I'm going to have on the show. That's it. And where I'm going to have the show. Am I going to have it here? I'm going to have it, in a some kind of location. And that's pretty much it. Who and where. The when and why and how is already determined. I just need to know who and where. So yeah, I'm really getting pumped up over this. And then I'm just gonna, like I said, organic. I'm just gonna let it organically happen, this Sunday thing, because I don't like to rush into anything. I'm like, I need to get this done, and then just bang out a bunch of shit and then look back and go, oh, that shit sucked. I don't like to write much script down. I like to write down things that I remember, but then I'm going to speak it the way I normally speak, because that's the way my director, my daughter, told me that I should. Just be yourself. They're either going to like you or they're not going to like you, but be yourself. Just do what you do normally and talk the way you normally talk to people, and it'll work out. So that's what I do. That's how I do this whole thing. So check out my hair, dude. Check it out. I'm like such a hippie, dude. Right? Ow, my neck. Yeah, and I say and a lot, and that's just, because I'm not putting on that fake guy thing, I'm not gonna be Mr. Perfect host. I mean, I'm clean and showered, and I have a nice clean shirt on and clean clothes and everything. And what more do I have to do other than have a nice house to hang out in to be a good host, right? And then to be courteous and honest, right? And I hope I've done that. I hope I haven't offended anyone by being open and honest. I would hope that you could then come on and leave a comment and be open and honest without being hateful and hurtful. Why not? I'm not intentionally being hateful and hurtful to anyone. On occasion I will vent, but or on occasion I will mention my family or my mother or father or something, and mention my past and how things were really, really hard and weird and the things that they did and stuff. And I never say any of these things with malice in my heart. I don't hate anyone for the experiences that they've caused me to have, shared with me, because that makes me who I am. I can't change any of that stuff. Putting hate into that only drags that baggage with me. I've let go of that baggage a long time ago. I'm able to talk about the past and my experiences and really get into the harshness of what happened, because I don't wrap myself up into any hate for anyone having done anything to me, right? And I don't hate those past situations as hard and as tough as they were, and as much as I cried back then, because I can't change that. I have to hold on to those experiences, and not wrap myself up in, hating or being sad or, about something. So, once again, I don't hate anyone. I don't have malice in my heart for anyone, for anything that has happened, and I would hope that, we've become old enough that if I've done something back then or up until now that I've done to offend somebody, it wasn't intentional. So therefore I shouldn't be held, guilty, for having hurt someone. I'm sorry that things that I say affect you the way that they do, but I'm not sorry for having said them. It's up to you to interpret. I mean, people have disliked me my whole life and have talked shit on me, right? But that's not me. It's the way they feel about it, and I can't hold on to somebody's feelings about how I am. That's their interpretation, and I try not to wrap myself up into judgment and feeling certain ways about people and things. Every day in the media, stuff is thrown at us to make us think one way or the other. You got to hate this person. You got to love this person, right? You got to love Trump. You got to hate Trump. You got to love Taylor Swift. You got to hate Swift. It's all the time. They're constantly doing something. You got to hate this show. You got to love this show, right? This new movie's out and everybody hates it, so you got to love it. Yeah, we're constantly being brainwashed into thinking a certain way. And it's so easy to allow yourself to be thrust in one direction or the other, right? Because you always put your head down into that little phone and you just believe whatever they throw at you, or you disbelieve it and then you write your little comments and then, and then it still becomes a part of your psyche, You've still got all this crap going on in your head that shouldn't be there, right? Remember when phones had cords and people were free, and now phones are free and people are just fucking shackled to the fucking phone? It's horrible. You can't go out anywhere without driving by someone in the car next to you and just see them at them staring in their fucking lap, hoping that they're still on the fucking road, right? Oh, what a world, what a world, I'm just some crazy old fucking weird bearded guy here trying to understand it. And hopefully someone will come on here and talk me down, and help me to understand what's going on. Because I just don't get it. Reverse Van Winkle, went to sleep, woke up 40 years in the past, and I'm living 40 years in the past today in the present. And it's hard to reconcile what's happening. It's hard to understand how we went from that to this, and God, he's such a Karen. I mean, listen to him. He knows so much better. Like, his time was better. They didn't have this. They didn't have that. I mean, they didn't have shit. Fuck you. We had MTV back when it was real music on MTV, right? Not the bullshit that's going on now, right? I'm not trying to say that my time is better than the present, or that the present sucks. I don't understand it. Help me to understand it. Somebody take my arm and guide me into the present and help me to understand what and why. That's where I need a who, what, why, where, when. Show me the what fors, explain to me, where are a couple of my subscribers to help this crazy old weird bearded guy navigate this this futuristic world that I live in. I'm back at the arcade, playing Joust, you know, trying to get that little winged thing to fly up and fly through the ring. You know, I mean, I'm way back there. I don't understand what's going on now. I don't understand the politics. I don't understand how religion has become what it has become. I don't understand how TV and radio and the movies have become what they've become. There are very few things out there that I can actually deal with and understand. A few of them are music, and well, I mean, that's basically it. Music. That's pretty much and I can barely grab a few things. My daughter has to be my guide into modern music, and she's looking back to 1995 to bring me up to date, right? Because 1995 is about where I stopped listening to music. Just flipped off the radio and flipped off the world and said, fuck this, I can't take it anymore. You know, and then that's when I got into politics and religion, and listening to the talk radio a lot, and watching a lot of documentaries, and trying to figure out who to vote for and that kind of shit. And I figured out that the one conclusion that I came to is that there's nobody out there worth voting for. They keep throwing people at us who are not worthy of our vote. And yet we're made to decide this guy or that guy, this person or that person. And it's just not worth the effort anymore. There's just nothing there. And so I'm defeated, right? I'm exactly what they want, a defeated voter. You know, you pick up the ballot and you go, oh, fuck it, I'll just pick, you know, let me just close my eyes and drop it down and see what happens, right? That's what they want. Or somebody who doesn't fucking vote at all, you know? And they've won, because I don't care anymore, right? You know, they took 20 years of my life of me trying to figure that shit out. And I've spent the last, 10 or 15 just trying to push that away and to forget about it, because there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing any of us can do about it unless you're up there in charge. And if you're up there in charge, you've been bought. And you're going to be pushed one way or the other by those of power who have the money and the strength of clout to make shit happen, because we don't. You know, there's a few big family names and a few corporations that hit the toggles on the pinball machine, because we don't. We're just one of those things that get bounced around when the ball smacks us, right? We ain't shit. And so therefore, once again, I just put my head down. I went to work and lived life the way I was expected to live, and shaved and wore a collared shirt and, wore a tool belt and went out into the world and did my thing, And I got fucking sick and tired of that too, because all that got me was partially disabled, and in a lot of fucking pain, So how can you be a modern slave and survive it? Well, you got to be really fucking tenacious, You got to be really headstrong, and you got to be willing to go out there and fucking hustle, right? And even then, you're still a fucking slave to something or somebody, right? Because there's only a few railroad dicks. There's only a few bosses out there, and we ain't ever really going to be it unless we become, even somebody like Trump or somebody like the president, they ain't shit either. They're just the guy that those people up there decided to get in because they were easily manipulated, basically. The Bidens, the Trumps, the Bushes, the Obamas, the Reagans, goes all the way back, man. It's just whoever we can get up there to make it look like the citizens are in charge. But it's just somebody they can push around and manipulate, right? That's all it is. It's a fucking game, man. And we're just pawns on that fucking board. So yeah, I gave up. But if you're going to come after me and say, fucking Yankee and your politics and your war and your this, don't fucking point at me. See me as an individual, not a fucking flag, okay? Because I ain't that flag, and I ain't whatever that fucking flag stands for. And that's why I don't do this and speak the speak, right? Because I don't believe it. No, my father was in Vietnam. My father taught me at an early age that these bastards can't be fucking trusted, period. So I don't trust. I don't. Period. They have shown me nothing throughout my 55 and a half years on this planet that have led me to think that I can trust them, those that are in charge. Nope. So don't come at me and say, fucking American, fucking Yankee, fucking flag holding, cross bearing, don't even go there. Don't even go there. You want to come here and you want to talk to me. This is my 4th hour rant. You want to come here and talk to me openly and honestly about stuff without having a lot of that hate and anger and judgment and mistrust, because I'm not that fucking guy. I'm not that guy who's been manipulated his whole life into thinking a certain way. I'm middle of the road. Talk to me. You're probably not going to sway me 100% in either direction, but you might give me a little bit of a wiggle, right? I'm not going to believe everything 100%. It don't matter who the fuck it is, right? The closest person next to me, right? I'm still going to have a little bit of doubt because I'm human, and I should have a little bit of doubt. And I should never believe in one thing 100% wholly, because that completely closes me off to the option of something other being possible, right? The possibility of something different. If there's always that possibility, right? Is God a man or a woman? Is there a God? Have we created God in our own image, or did God create us in his or her own image? And if so, then what is it? We don't even want to go down that road, because I'm going to ask way too many questions that you're not going to be able to answer. Middle of the road. That's why I stay middle of the road. I'm not going to say, well, fuck you, because you believe the wrong thing. There is no wrong thing, right? That's the whole thing, is that there is no wrong thing, right? Wrong is something that they try to teach us so that they can control us, right and wrong, right? There is nothing that is right and wrong. It's how we perceive it. What is morality? What are ethics? Let's just leave that alone, because we don't really want to go there. So I don't want to get into philosophical discussions about shit unless you're willing to answer questions without saying something like, well, that's the way God wants it, right? Because that ain't going to happen. Well, because it's in the Bible, that ain't going to fly here. If you want to quote stuff from the Bible, that's not going to work here. All right. I've read the Bible. It's a great storybook. It's a great thing to teach you lessons with parables and that kind of stuff. Okay. Do I hold it as being factual? No. It wasn't written by God. It was written by a collection of scholars hired by a king to control his people. Man, my people are fucking getting out of whack. Let's make something to keep them from killing each other, and I want them to worship me. I want them to worship me. Make me the representation of God here on the planet. And that's how it all fucking started. So don't be fooled into thinking that everything in the Bible is factual. I don't want to break anybody's hearts or hurt anybody's feelings or make you hate me. But that's just the way it is. Do some research, get out of church once in a while and go out into the world, go to a library, you get on the internet. Books are free to read and stuff. Anywhere you go, you can find lessons to learn. All right. Go read some Joseph Campbell. All right. And learn about myths and legends and religion and learn how it all started. Don't just take for granted that the one thing that you were taught is the one thing to believe. All right. And that's how we get religious wars, which is what's going on right now in the Middle East, a religious war. My side's better than your side. You were put here and we don't want you here. Well, you shouldn't have fucking been there in the first place. You shouldn't go into a country and say, look, these people need a place. We're going to take part of your country and give it to them and move everybody the fuck out. Right. That should never have happened. Okay. If you can't get along, you can't share. That's what started the whole fucking war, was that division, that exile of people. Get the fuck out of here. It's ours now. Right. So, I don't go for that either. If you can't get along and you can't share, none of you should be there. Nuke the whole fucking goddamn place with everybody gone and just call it no man's land. You can't share, you can't get along, then nobody's allowed there. Put a wall around the fucking whole goddamn country, block it off, and don't let anybody go in there now. If you can't share it, take it away. Everything I know, I learned in kindergarten.
If we can't go back to those rules, right? Those set of rules, you know, if you can't start there, don't even fucking try to do anything now without using all that fucking shit, without that set of rules that you learned back as a child. And if you didn't learn that as a child, you were raised by wolves, well, you need to be fucking picked up, put in the pound, and sent to fucking obedience training until you fucking learn to get along. You know, that's it. Learn to get along. Stop hating somebody because they're fucking different. You know, people have hated me my whole life because I'm fucking different. You know, and now I got people commenting, you know, you fucking Yankee. You know, they know nothing about me, but they're going to presume to tell me what and who I am. Isn't that wrong? It's exactly the opposite of what I'm fucking promoting here. You can't tell me who I am without getting to know me. Don't tell me you know anything about me without going back and watching 60 episodes of this fucking show. All right? That's it, period. Watch 100 of my fucking videos and then tell me that you know me a little bit. And that you know, and that you can tell me things. You know, well, gosh, man, that's I've never heard that before. Or gosh, you're weird. You know, or gosh, how can you think that? Well, tell me why I can't think that. Give me something else to think about. You know, but don't tell me that I have to believe one way or the other 100%, because I'm not going to go there. And I think if you do believe in one thing 100% with no room for change, you're done. You got no room for growth. You're not going to grow as a human. You know, if you are going to go and pray the same thing and think the same thing every day and not have any room in your head and your heart for something different, then you've topped out. You've hit the ceiling. You know, what's the point? Every day that goes on that you don't learn something new every day about yourself or the world around you or something or someone, it's a wasted fucking day, right? Every day in my life, I watch the same old movies and the same old TV shows, but I also do things that are new and different and challenging. Write a new song, create a new video, go out into the world and learn something new about somebody, i.e. Friday's show, you know? So, you know, if you've got no room for change at all with anything in your life, then you've topped out. You're done. Game over. You know, you might as well just check out now, because you're, you know, here's my judgment call. You're wasted space, man. Fucking do something. You're human. Get out and fucking do something, you know, and stop listening to everything and believing everything that you fucking hear, because it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. You know, be communal, get in touch, get involved with the people around you on a human level, not a religious level, not a political level, not a corporate level, not a, I got to sell you something or an ideal. Man, you know, break bread with somebody, have a beer with somebody, chill out, offer help to somebody with nothing in return. I don't want anything in return. Just offer some fucking help. Be human with people. That's all you got to do, you know? And if you can't do that, if you can't come out of whatever box that you've been forced to fucking live in, stay in that box, man, but don't come out and take it out on us that you can't fucking get along and you can't learn and you can't have a new adventure every fucking day. You know, I may stay in this room most days, but every day I have an adventure. Even when I'm watching a TV show that I've seen before, I'm looking at it as a new person because I change every day, right? That does it for my coffee. That sucks. That just sucks. Harry's done with his coffee. Ah, damn it, Marge. I don't care what the dumb sons of bitch is doing. He's going to pick up his pipe again. So, yeah. I think today has been all about kindness and courtesy and understanding and trying to just get along, right? I think that's probably the main theme of today's show is compassion and understanding. You don't have to, you don't have to know, right? You don't have to 100% know about something to accept it, right? I don't have to know about someone 100% or even a little bit, to accept the fact that they're different and they've got a whole different way of thinking about shit. Mainly it's environmental, and it is impressed upon us by those who want us to think a certain way about something, usually for their own gain, right? Your parents want you to act and think a certain way for their own gain, so they don't have to worry about you. They don't have to, it's a no-brainer. They don't want to have some crazy, insane person running around that they got to worry about, So, yeah, let's just get along. If we can, first of all, just accept the fact that we're all different, but we're more alike than different. That breaks down so many barriers on the ability for us to just be communal. And that's it, community. Let's share in this experience on this planet, right? If the whole planet, if every human on the planet was, instead of taking up arms against each other, we're arm in arm with each other, with the people next to them completely. Let's all, hands across America, hands across the world, that kind of thing. If you could just go anywhere on this planet and know that the person you come in contact with is going to be kind and communal toward, and vice versa, what kind of a friggin' world would that be, huh? Know that I could go to the store and nobody's going to cut in front of me and reach right in front of me as I'm walking. Sorry, I just need to grab this. Sorry. And then you hear them throughout the store the rest of your visit. Sorry, as they yell sorry to every person they come in contact with, because that's just the way they are. They have to apologize because their nature is to give reason for them to have to apologize. Think about what you're doing, and you don't have to say you're sorry. I never say I'm fucking sorry, because I don't do things that require an apology, right? I think before I act. Therefore, I can go out into the world and not have to say sorry. Is that what your parents taught you? To just go through life saying you're sorry? You're just one sorry son of a bitch, aren't you? No. I don't require anybody in my life to apologize for the stupid, silly little things. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to start that. I don't want to get that fucking ball rolling. Hell no. I don't want to send somebody out into the world who apologizes for every fucking thing they do. No. You apologize for those things that you have really transgressed on someone, physically. You stepped on someone's toe. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That's a reason to apologize, right? You don't apologize for the stupid shit. You fuck with somebody, you apologize, and it better have been a deliberate accident. You didn't do anything intentionally. If you're doing something intentionally, let me grab this, sorry. That's no, you need to be shamed. All right. And shaming should be brought back. I shame people in my life. My daughter never gives me reason to shame her. So I never have to shame her. And when I go out into public, I'm constantly having to shame people for not thinking, for not being courteous, for not being logical, for not having the wherewithal to just think before they fucking act. Hell, did you just do that? Did you just fucking do that and say that? Are you kidding me? No, that's not nice. You can't do that. You can't say that. You need to apologize. That's how I go out into the world. Okay. I don't just let shit fucking slide and then let them think that they can, next time I'm going to be able to say something better. I'm going to have a better comeback. No, fuck no. You do that, say that kind of shit around me, and I catch you on it. And I'll let you know, you don't ever fucking come around me saying that kind of shit. All right. Because I will call you on it every fucking time. I won't get physical in it with anyone. But I can use my words. I'm allowed to speak, right? I can get emotional with my speak without being tackled by the police and arrested. And if that's the case, boy, you're going to be getting a heavy lawsuit against your fucking police force, right? Because I don't do things that require to be gaffled up, right? Me speaking my mind and being emotional, right, try to tell me that I can't do that out in public. You just try to do that and see how far you get, right? I love these 4th-hour rants, you know, when I don't have to focus on any individual, you know. No more coffee. Oh, it's time to do more bong hits. So let's see. We got back to Coastal Sun. The company GPO that I had been getting my stuff from. They went through some management difficulties and they couldn't get my Coastal Sun. So I had been doing some 8-track stuff, which I got it because of the name. And it was really good stuff. But I got that from another place. I can't recall the name, of course. But they didn't have what I wanted, the 8-track. So I called these people and said, hey, you guys got your shit together yet? And of course they did. So I got some more Coastal Sun. The Sounds of Nugs. So I am going to get some of this mule fuel out here and do a little bit of mule fuel. It is a strong indica, full indica, that gives you serene and, oh man. Wow. Serene and effortless rest. Maybe I don't want to do serene and effortless rest. Let's see, what is this other one here? This one's an indica dominant hybrid, and this one's thoughtful and content. What's this one? This one is a sativa dominant hybrid, and it is creative and anxiety relief. Okay, so this is probably the one I want, is the creative one. So let's go ahead and let's crack this puppy open and see what we got in this container. This one is sour strawberry. So I've had sour strawberry before. This is some decent stuff. And if you haven't been to my show before, you know that smoking is not good for you, and I don't recommend that anyone ever start smoking. I started smoking at 15, and I came back to smoking marijuana after I stopped smoking cigarettes and left prescription pain medication and came back to smoking. There are edible things, and I use edibles on occasion when I just don't feel like smoking, or I'm in a place where I don't want to smoke. And so I'll use edibles. But I can't regulate the pain relief versus the intoxication with edibles the way I can with smoking marijuana. I can take a little tiny bit of a hit with and gauge how much that little tiny bit is going to affect my pain and versus how it affects my head. And I can try to keep more of an even keel, keep an even balance on my buzz versus my pain relief, right? And that goes with the different kinds of strains that I smoke. It's like, okay, I'll take a hit of this and see how it affects me. And sometimes it's like, oh, that shit's just going to put me to sleep, so I don't want to do any more of that. And I'll try something else that's going to keep me up and motivated. Most of the edibles that I've had have usually pretty much been sedating. They've made me feel like I need to take a nap. So I usually don't take those until like later in the evening, later in the day, when I know I'm not going to go out and do anything and I don't have to be required to think or to drive or to do any of that. So yeah, I like to, I don't know, regulate my pain, and I don't always like to have a real head buzz going on. So that's why I change the strains: indica for pain, sativa for the head. Sativa is what we're doing now, I believe. It's for the head more than the pain, but my pain's, is about as detached as I'm going to get from my pain. And I want to stay up and get my creative thing going. So I'm going to do a little bit of sativa so that when I leave from here, I can get right into finishing out the copy that I wrote last night for my friend's commercial. And I can get into that and try to find a voice for my copy, and then get into how I think I'm going to speak it into a plastic bottle funnel type thing and pre-microphone, so that I get a kind of an old-timey feeling. The room here kind of sounds, sharp and abrasive, so I want to kind of dull that down a little bit and give it a different tone. So I may wrap myself in a blanket when I'm doing that, so that I've got some sound deadening stuff around me. And since I'm just doing my voice, it's just going to be me and a microphone. So yeah, that'll be fun. But yeah, I'm going to go from this and then pop my printer back in here and hook that up and print out some copy, and then put on the video that I created, and then time my copy and edit my copy how I need to fit the video. Pardon me. And then once I get that all written out correctly, then I'll run through it and work on my timing on when I change to say the next thing that I'm supposed to say with the edits on the video. And then once I get all of that worked out, then I'll sit down with the recorder on the computer and record little snippets of what I'm going to say, and little pieces, so that I can kind of line them up a little easier. If I just get on there and say one thing, it may not line up perfectly, and then I'll have to edit anyway. If I can just capture it in little sound bites, then I can edit those sound bites together and make it all flow together. And then I can say, well, I did this voice better here, and then this take, I did this voice, stronger here, and I had this accent better, so I want to kind of be able to pick and choose my my voice recording. So that's going to be fun. Let me take this hit. Don't smoke. If you want to try marijuana, they've really perfected edibles. If you want to do it for the high, they've really perfected the edibles. I don't really get into all of the perversions of the flower, right? The furthest I go with a flower perversion will be like the edible, but mainly it's like hash or hash oil, something where it's a concentration of the actual flower compressed so that you get the oil, or the hash, which is just the resins and stuff on the outside of the plant collected, and then compressed and packed down into a little block that once again you can smoke. Now in Peru they used to get hash by people would wear just like a loincloth, and they would run through the marijuana fields, right? And they would get collected all over their body, their hairless bodies, because unlike us fucking Nordic Caucasians, they really have a lot less hair, right? So their bodies get covered in this sticky, resiny trichomes and all these marijuana things, right? And then they're brought back, and all of this stuff is then rubbed off of them and then rubbed into balls and set down, and sometimes they're compacted into bricks. Other times, locally, they're sold as little balls of hash. And so that's how they used to get hash, which I haven't had any hash in a long time. A friend of mine said that he got some. I'll maybe hit him up and see where he got his hash. And I like to dabble a little bit. I don't really, like I said, I don't like to get into the major perversions, because then you're getting into pharmaceutical type shit. I don't like to get into dabs. I don't like to get into waxes. I don't even want to talk about spray-on flavors and spray-on THC and that kind of shit. Keep that shit away from me. I mean, just the smoking of regular flower marijuana is going to kill me soon enough with some kind of cancer. I don't need to get into vaping some kind of chemical version of that or having it sprayed on whatever I'm smoking. You know, I don't even like to do blunts because it involves another carcinogen, tobacco. And it's like, you know what, I 10 years ago or further back, I chose to just have one major vice, you know, one physical vice. You know, I try not to get into heavy junk food. Is it really blowing out there again? Man, blowing my mobile home around. I feel like we're gonna fall off the jacks or something. Wouldn't that make for live TV? Right. So I try not to get into the perversions of marijuana. I try to stay pretty much true to how I grew up smoking. You know, when I was young, we smoked a lot of marijuana leaf, and what we'd call homegrown, where somebody would grow a plant and they wouldn't really know how to grow a plant, and they would just take kind of the whole plant and cut it off of the main stem and throw it into a bag. Sometimes you'd have a little bit of bud. Most of the time it was just a lot of water leaf. So we smoked a lot of that. But that's kind of like how the plants were that my father started smoking in Vietnam. I mean, it was just this big giant bush of a plant. It wasn't really manicured to be bud because they sold everything. They wanted to get as much out of it as possible. And they were, you know, they had been using it for thousands of years one way, right? And, you know, so my father started smoking marijuana when it was a lot of leafy, buddy stuff, and it wasn't really strong. It was strong back then because people weren't really used to good quality marijuana, you know. And then 60s and 70s things started to really evolve, you know. Other countries were really responsible for much of the marijuana that came into our country back in the early days. But it was the hippie scientist type guys who in the United States who really got into, you know, well, they're plants, man. Can't we like crossbreed different plants, and let's go around the world and find different types of marijuana from different countries and bring them back and cross-pollinate them and create these ultimate Gucci marijuanas, right? And that's how it started. At least that's my understanding of how it started, you know. And James Belushi on his series, the Belushi Brothers thing, where he's got a pot farm now and he's growing marijuana with his Blues Brothers name on it. And he tells a story about how, was it Jack Herrer, I think is his name, how he came and was a regular fixture backstage in New York at the Saturday Night Live show. And he always had the best weed, the best high, the best creative stuff. And it was a weed that he had perfected growing himself. And so then on the Belushi Brothers show, the Now thing, he was talking about how he's trying to reintroduce that strain to the world. And of course he kills off a bunch of plants, and it's one of those shows that's highly overproduced, right? And most of the reality TV shows that are on nowadays are just like that, overproduced. You know, you can tell that they went through a lot of takes to get this right. And that's not reality. That's scripted non-reality. That's scripted fake reality. That's Facebook reality. Somebody who turns that camera to take a selfie at exactly the right angle And then my life is so perfect. Look at my life. It's so perfect. I'm just a perfect person, a perfect life, and everything's perfect. Right. And that's the way that reality TV is produced and scripted, so that we see exactly what they want us to see and none of the real stuff behind it. Right. And I can't get into that, you know. This room right here, it's not a room that I only come into to do this. This is the room that I do everything in. I sit down here with one of these little TV trays and I eat, right? I sit in here and party. I sit here and watch TV with my wife. This is my living room that you're hanging out in. So, you know, and I'm not throwing a bunch of fakery at you saying my life is perfect. Look at me, you know, all of these perfect things about me. And I only want you to see this. I show you this angle because I've got a static camera that's pretty much glued down. And there's really nothing else here for you guys to see. I live in like a shack mobile home, right? It's nothing fancy. I got crooked ceiling, crooked walls, crooked floor. This thing was built in the 1960s and put here. So it's just in miserable condition. And I'm physically in miserable condition, as bad as the house, which is ironic. So there's nothing really I can do about it myself. There's a lot of things that need to be done. I've got a lot of plans drawn up on how to remedy a lot of the situations that are happening. But ultimately, that's all I can do. I can't get underneath this mobile home anymore and work on the jacks and put in pylons and shit, which is what needs to be done. I can't do any heavy construction anymore. So I'm just kind of in a quandary, in a limbo state where things may or may not fall flat down on this hill that we sit on, and my mobile's going to just go boosh, doosh, doosh, and then, you know, and then we're screwed. And then it'll be trying to figure out, you know, well, where do I put all of my things while we move into a trailer or some smaller dwelling until we get this thing figured out, you know. And the ideal thing would be to find some little piece of property out here that's cheap, that has a small cabin already on it, and then build a big deck around it and a couple of outbuildings. And then build a nice big outbuilding and do this inside of it, right? Some kind of big building where I can recreate my room here. And then it would be a set. Of course, I'd probably still be in there most of the time anyway, doing what I do in my life, because this is my environment here. This is where I do what I do best. Do you hear the ticking and the creaking? So there's a metal awning on the front and the sides of our mobile home. And when the wind grabs it and shakes it like this, it takes the walls and makes the walls creak and crumble and stuff. So I sit in here when the wind is blowing, and it is not quiet. The walls are thin. They're single pane glass with thin metal trim around it. You know, your usual 1960s mobile home. Of course, we got it cheap. We got it really cheap. But you know, the plan was to fix it up. Of course, then I got hit with another injury, and we were just kind of stuck in limbo. Stalemated again. Wow, it looks like we're in our 4th hour here. I'm not quite sure how much longer I want to go or what I want to do. I mean, I'm just kind of a rambler. I'll just keep rambling as long as we're here, because that's what I do. My dog's here, so I got someone to talk to. She's looking peaked, like she wants to go outside, or she's getting too warm or something. How's it going, Bessie? You want this blanket off? There, how's that? Is that better? Is that better? You can cool off a little bit. Have I got it too warm in here? Huh? Bessie girl? Let me turn off this. Do you want to go outside? Do you want to go outside? You don't want to go outside, do you? There. I'll put that on low for you. I think I know because you've got a fur coat on. So it doesn't look like we've had any visitors this morning, which is cool. I mean, I can dig it. I hope at some point we get somebody who stops by and watches the show or watches a segment of the show or part. I mean, it's hard to sit down and watch 4 hours of some guy just rambling, right? But like I said in the past episodes, it's not necessarily about viewers. Viewers are important to me, and I love it when somebody stops by one of these live broadcasts and hangs out for a little bit, a minute or an hour. But this whole morning show is about me, flat out. It's about me getting to know the world, or at least, at the very least, the world getting to know me. It's about my daughter and my wife, so that they're left with something about me for them to hang out with and enjoy. Put me on and listen to me ramble. What did he say? Did Dad really say that? You know, I didn't know he thought that. I didn't know if that happened to him. You know, I mean, that's fantastic. I'm sure I'm going to tell stories that they've heard before, but I'm also going to tell stories that they've never heard, that they've never heard about me. I'm going to say things about me that no one knows. So it's, like I said, it's much more about me and me getting to know me, you getting to know me, anyone who watches, you know, who wants to, or anyone out there who wants to get to know me. Well, who is that crazy old weird bearded guy? Go to episode 1 and start. Pick out any episode and watch. Pick out any video and watch, because every single video that you see of me is going to be me, 100% me, unedited, unscripted, unapologetically me, right? I am who I am, and that's who I am, right? I'm not going to say I'm never going to change. That's who I am, because that's wrong. That's just, you can't do that. So yeah, I am changing. You're going to see me change from episode 1 to episode 101, right? I'm going to be an ever evolving, changing person. I'm always going to be me, the same weird guy, right? I'm just going to have different thoughts and ideas and understandings about the world. That's it, you know? And to believe 100% about something shuts me off. It's like, that's pointless to even open my eyes if that's the way I'm going to be. If I'm going to get up and live the exact same way every day and believe the exact same thing that I'm taught to believe every day, what's the point? I might as well just put the shackles on and be a fucking slave, right? So I don't believe 100%. Like I said, I'm middle of the road on everything. You can't sway me 100% in any direction, no matter what you do. You know, put fucking bamboo under my goddamn toenails, I'm not going to believe you 100%. That's it. You know, it's just the way it is, because I don't do that. It shuts me off to having, who the hell is that? Some kind of freaking politicians, I swear. Who cares? Who cares about them, right? They care about them, because, you know, they want their 15 minutes and their 15 fucking million. That's all they want, you know, and if they can use us to get there, they're going to use us to do a whole lot more, and it'll mostly screw us, you know, or screw somebody, you know. So yeah, I don't believe politicians at all, let alone 100%. There's no way that you can convince me that I need to vote for someone, because they give me no reason to. I have no hope in any of politics going on right now, or from the past, or our religious leaders, you know, or our corporate leaders. I have no belief. In our medical industry, I have no belief in any of it. All right. They have shown me nothing to believe in. I go to the doctor, I tell him what's wrong. Before I can even fucking finish, he's writing a goddamn prescription. It's like, how did we get from there to here? You know, what is this going to do for me except bring me back here so that I can say, yeah, this didn't fucking work, or this made me feel like this. You know, well, that'll make you feel like this, so we're going to give you this to offset that. I have totally fucking been there before, where you come home with 8 fucking prescriptions that cause more issues than you went in there for, right? Or they send you for test after test after test and tell you, yeah, well, there might be something wrong and we could do even more tests, but these tests are really going to hurt. They're really going to be invasive. So you really don't want to do that, do you? You really don't want to. Besides, your insurance is not going to cover it all. So you're going to have to pay some out of pocket. So they talk you out of it. You know, they make it seem so ridiculously expensive or scary that you just don't want to do it. And you scare yourself out of it, right? Or you're foolish enough to believe everything they throw at you. The doctor says that I have to do this, so here I go. I'm going to go do this, and then it kills you. You know, well, you shouldn't have been taking that because you were taking this at the same time, and that was bad for your heart. Well, it killed you. You know, I see nothing out there that shows me that I can trust anybody 100%, right? And so I don't. And if I don't, no expectations, no demands, you know, hey, I didn't expect you to do it, so it's no big deal that you didn't do it. You know, no big deal. There's no skin off of my fucking back. You know, I figured that's the way it was going to turn out. You know, that I wasn't going to be able to expect anything. You know, so I didn't expect it, and there you go. And there you have it. Friggin' wind is really clicking and ticking my house. Yeah, if I had the physical wherewithal to work on this place, I would get underneath it in a heartbeat, you know, and spend a few bucks every month getting down there and doing this and doing that and showing up some of the jacks with pylons and trying to get things a little more level, a little more secure so that I could get inside here and work on some walls and some ceiling supports and try to level and square things up so that I can install a new kitchen and a new bathroom. And these are all things that I can do, but physically, it's just such a demanding challenge to do everything that I'm doing here. And then if I tried to do that, I wouldn't be able to do this flat out. I would be too destroyed physically to be able to have the want and the drive and the desire to do something like this on a daily basis, right? I couldn't even fathom that, you know. I can only do this 4 days a week because there are a few days a week, usually on the weekend, where I'm required to work and actually be physical and earn a living, right? And that requires so much of me physically, even though it's not a demanding job. It still requires so much of me physically that I can only do this 4 days a week, you know? And then even then, sometimes I'll do this, and even this will send me into a nap and I'll be asleep till tonight, you know? And it's just, you know, so to think that I could do this and that and this and that, no. You know, I have to set limitations for myself. When you set limitations, you automatically set yourself up for, you know what? That's just the way it is. I'm not going to put myself out and make myself stress out and have anxieties and other pains and mental issues over something that, you know, I know physically I can't accomplish the things that I want to do mentally. That's it, flat out. When I was younger, I had so much that I could do physically, you know, that I never thought too much about doing things like this. You know, it was like I was just worried about doing those physical things. Wow, I can do this and I can do that and I can build this and create that. So, you know, now that I have, of course, the wherewithal to do something like this on this channel and all the videos and the different elements, I'm left with the physical inadequacies to accomplish much of what I want to do in a timely fashion. Because if it wasn't for my body saying, all right, you're done, the pain says you gotta go into a pain coma and sleep. Your insomnia says that you've been awake for, you know, 80 hours and you need to go crash for 6 or 8 hours or something, right? So with that hanging over me, you know, it limits my ability. So I have to set limits so that I don't expect myself to do too much. Because if I do, I set myself up for failure. I get depressed, and then I don't do a damn thing. I just crawl into bed every day and pull the sheets up over me and just say, fuck it, you know. And I spent most of my life doing that, where I wasn't accepted, so I would just hide. I couldn't accomplish things that I wanted to, so I just said, fuck it, I ain't gonna do anything. And I would just sit, and be mad at the world. And the world never owed me a goddamn thing. The only thing that the world ever owed me that I give to everyone else is acceptance and courtesy. And that's it. And the world has never shown me that. So it's been real difficult for me to want to get to know the world, or for the world to even think about who the fuck is this weirdo, because ultimately they don't give a shit. They're so wrapped up in their own, they, meaning most of the world, they're so wrapped up in their own bullshit, and I hate to say that it's bullshit, but when you see the outcome of who they are, you got to think, oh God, it's just fucking bullshit. If that's all that they're going to worry about is how they look, then isn't it just bullshit, right? Are they just trying to bullshit everyone? Makeup is a lie you wear on your face. I made that up. And it's true. It's like a push-up bra, You're just out there to deceive people into thinking a certain way about you physically. For what reason? Ultimately, to attract a desirable mate, right? And is that all it is? And then it's not even about that anymore, because nobody wants a mate anymore. They just want to hook up, right? Let's see, who can I get together with tonight that I can share with tomorrow on social media? Look who banged me in the ass all night, right? That's all they want. And I just don't understand it. That's not reality. They live a fake life, putting on fakery, pretending to be this, camera angles that only shows the perfect, goon life that they want to live. I don't understand it. And on occasion, I'm going to get somebody who tunes into the show and hears me say something like this. And then they go, what the fuck is his? How can he fucking judge me? Well, like I said, I'm not making any judgment calls. I'm just speaking my mind, and I'm positive that people out there who watch me make a judgment call as soon as they see me. As soon as they see me, they make a judgment call and they click next. Let me go to the next live video that's going on, because this guy, I don't even want to look at him, right? So therefore, they make a judgment call. They figure out who I am in an instant, and they see me that way forever, right? And most of the people I know, people that I've known my whole life, they still only see me in this video or this photograph caption that they have of me, of something that I've done or said, or some kind of behavior that I have. So they only see me as that, right? And therefore I'm never accepted for being who I am. I'm just seen as this thing, this idea of how they see me. That's it, And I try not to look at anyone like that. I try not to look at anyone and make a judgment call. Well, this is that, because that's not right. And I've had it my whole life. All I have ever wanted is just accepted, and the freedom to be me, just acceptance. That's it. That's the one. You can pull one thing away. That's it. Acceptance, courtesy, acceptance. But acceptance. Once you have acceptance, it's easy to be courteous to somebody who you just accepted. That's the way they are, right? You accept that's the way they are, and the next you're courteous to that person. You don't do and say things that are hateful and hurtful. That's it. Everything else is solved by that right there. Acceptance and courtesy. That's it. Should I go to my today's episode is about acceptance and courtesy. I'll type that right now into the description. Here we go. Today's Huh? Spelled that wrong. And courtesy. There we go. Courtesy. We got to spell courtesy right. And backspace. Bada bing bang. All right. There we go. I'm back, baby. If I went away, I'm sorry. I was just editing my description today so that people will know that today's episode is about acceptance and courtesy, right? That's all you need, baby. That's all you need to get along is acceptance and courtesy. You take those two things and add them to who you are, all right? And that will change the whole recipe for your life. You know, acceptance and courtesy. That's what you should require of anyone, and that's what everyone should require of you. That's it. And that's one thing on my show that I hope that everyone will see that I try to promote. You know, sure, I rant and I rave and I get upset about things, and I poke at certain organizations and peoples and things, but I don't do it with malice of heart. I don't do it hatefully. You know, I'm just here to express, you know, things about me. This is all about me. It's all about me, baby. So, you know, love it or leave it. You know, hate it. Don't hate it. You know, I would hope that you could come here and watch one of these shows and come away with acceptance and courtesy. You know, understanding comes later. You don't have to necessarily understand somebody to be courteous and accepting, right? I don't understand much of what's going on in the world, but I go out there and I try to be courteous to people, and I just try to accept people for the way they are. You know, well, that person looks a little weird. Well, so what? They probably see me as looking a little weird. Accepted. You know, anybody can be whatever the hell they want to be. Haven't we come to the point in humanity that can happen, where we can just kind of be and then be accepted and have others be courteous and be courteous to others? Haven't we come that far? If we get to there and no further, won't that stop war and hate and end all of this division? You know, wouldn't you think? Can we get there? You know, I'm not gonna preach that one philosophy or one way or one religion, one political party, one, you know, Coke over Pepsi. I'm not going to go there, you know, because that's all peripheral bullshit that they want to throw on us, right? It's all about acceptance and courtesy, and then trying to understand, you know, and then if we get to that and nothing else, we've accomplished everything we need to build a better future. You know, that's all I want for my daughter, you know, is for her to be accepting and courteous and to share that with those around her, right? And she's studying psychology, and she's talking about helping her community by helping people, right? And taking what she learned out in the world and bringing it to her community and helping others, right? What more could a father, someone like me, ask for of their child, is to be that kind of a person, to be accepting of someone, of a stranger, of someone so openly that it's okay for them to be completely different than you are. We can get along, we can shake hands, we can, you know, share ideas across the aisle and not have to bring politics and religion and hate and governments and corporations, and, you know, none of that is important to any of it. It's just not, you know. And if anyone likes to do some reading, you really need to get the book Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert Anson Heinlein. Heinlein, right? Like Heinz ketchup, Heinlein. Robert Anson Heinlein, Robert A. Heinlein. I will say that a million times, Robert A. Heinlein. He is a past author of science fiction magazine stories, teen books, novellas, novels, big fat books. He's got books like The Cat Who Walks Through Walls, Friday, and of course, Stranger in a Strange Land, which has never been made into a movie. And I hope it doesn't until they get someone to do it right, and then they make it into a mini series, because it's much more than a 2-hour movie. And a 2-part Dune is criminal. There's so much more to that. Why would you even try to do it in 2 movies? They tried to do it in 1 movie. It was a cool movie, the Lyle McLaughlin movie, but it still didn't work. Freaking books, and they're going to make little movie scripts. It just doesn't work that way. So I hope they never do Stranger in a Strange Land until they decide to do it the right way and experience the whole book chapter by chapter the right way and tell the whole story. Don't try to glamorize it up, special effects it out for an audience. Tell the story the way the author intended. We've seen enough of Robert Heinlein's stuff corrupted into goofy movies, like there's one like Mission to the Moon or something, where they go to the moon, and it turns into a little comedy farce type movie made back in the 50s. And then they made, in the 90s, they made one of his movies. What was it called? Puppet Masters. The Puppet Masters, and not the Puppet Master, all right, with that, horrible marionette creature thing. Not that. The Puppet Masters were about an alien race who came down as a parasitic organism that attached itself to the humans and then injected a thing into its nervous system and then controlled the human, right? Like a guy driving a car. Basically, that was it, right? And while the movie still had a lot of elements in the book, it was nothing really like it should have been, because of course it was Hollywooded out. Donald Sutherland was in that one. I think it was 95 or 96 or something. And then later in the 90s and then into the 2000s, they started a series of movies based on the novel, or the short novel Starship Troopers, right? That's a Robert A. Heinlein story. And the first one was pretty close to the original story, the original book, while they, took a lot of Hollywood-esque liberties. It was okay. It was pretty close. It wasn't a great movie. A lot of special effects and not really a great cast. Michael Ironside was probably my favorite character in there, and he was actually a conglomeration of a couple of characters from the book. So they took an instructor from the main character's school days, and then combined that with a drill instructor and then a sergeant, and so they combined that into one character and had him throughout the movie. Michael Ironside, one of my favorite character actors. I believe he's Canadian born. Just a great guy. Got a great voice and great smile. Michael Ironside. Look up Michael Ironside. So they haven't really done a great job interpreting Robert A. Heinlein novels. I'm always eager to watch something that pops up, but few and far between, and not great quality content. So if you get a chance, read the novel Stranger in a Strange Land. Get the unabridged version, which is the one that I read. Unfortunately, I loaned it to someone and never got it back. And I've done that a lot in my life, where I'm just like, you know what, you have to check this out. Here, check this out and get it back to me. And then I never get the thing back. And they probably never enjoyed the thing the way I hoped they had intended, you know, the way I had intended them to enjoy it. So I don't loan things out anymore, which is unfortunate, because I'm a sharing kind of guy, you know, and I like to have some kind of pen pal type relationship back and forth with things. You know, I hope that at some point I'll have a friend here locally that I can share LPs with, who check this LP out and get it back to me, and then actually get it back. That would be great, because I do like to share things I learned in kindergarten, right? Share. So watch those Robert Anson Heinlein movies. I know the two that I know the title of are The Puppet Masters and Starship Troopers. And then, of course, you can go to Internet Movie Database, imdb.com, and find out all kinds of information about stories and science fiction movies and everything. And you can just punch in his name, and it'll show you stuff that's evolved from his stories. And I'm not familiar with everything. Robert Heinlein, Robert Anson Heinlein, go check it out. Now, Michael Crichton, that's a great author who's now gone, who brought us a lot of great stories. Not only did he write great stories, but then he would direct the movie. What was it? Westworld. That is a Michael Crichton story, and he directed it. God, there are so many Michael Crichton things. The one Congo, all right, that's a great Michael Crichton story. They just come into my head and then pop out again, and I can't find them. But yeah, he just has this way of bringing you into another world. Runaway with Tom Selleck and Gene Simmons of Kiss, right? That's a great Michael Crichton story, brought to us by Michael Crichton. Yeah, if you get a chance to experience anything, read everything by Michael Crichton, watch everything that's ever come out of Michael Crichton's head, whether he produced it or directed or just wrote it or whatever. Check it out, because Michael Crichton, everything that he's done that I've checked out is just awesome stuff. I'm looking over to see the reflection of somebody pulling up out here. Nothing important, just neighbor things. But yeah, he was really into getting into everything and exploring everything about a certain situation before he would present it as a book and then bring it to us as a movie. One thing that, like I said, hopefully will never come to us unless it's done right as a miniseries, is a novel he wrote called The State of Fear. And it goes into global warming and politics and governments and greed. And it's just fantastic. And if you get a chance, read Michael Crichton's State of Fear. Or experience it the way I did in the audio version. Find an audio version at the library or on Barnes and Noble or on one of those little things that you Kindle. That's it. Find Michael Crichton and just go through his whole freaking catalog. All right. If you love science fiction, find Robert Anson Heinlein and go through his whole freaking catalog. I've got most of his books. They need to go back up on a shelf because I need to have those in my life. He wrote so many different styles of science fiction as he evolved. He was a Navy man. And brings that to his novels, much like Gene Roddenberry did to his Star Trek series, right? Yeah, so, reading is good, as you can see, because of the amount of books that I try to keep around me. I've got more books here, more books out there, more books to here, there, everywhere. Books are important. Now, it's even if you're looking at them on a tablet or on a computer or on your phone or something, read, read, read. It's a different kind of energy. It's a different kind of experience that feeds into your soul, right? So do that. Don't, the most people read now are advertisements and texts and memes and stupid shit. And that's just wrong. Nobody reads anymore for entertainment or for learning, right? Very few people out there. And you can see by the expressions on their face, they actually have eyes with intelligence, and actually there's thinking going on. They're not ready to look at the next stupid thing on their fucking phone, right? I think my dogs are getting a little weird. Let me check it out. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hold on a second. I'm back, baby. Okay, well, I had thought about going to a full 5 hours today, which would have been new for me to go all the way from 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock, right? But it looks as though my daughter is up a little early to go to school. I guess she gets up at 9:30 to leave at 11:30, which is about what I used to do. Get up, give yourself a couple hours to wake up. So let's do a bong hit together. And she's kind of like me. She's kind of got a little bit of insomnia in her. She does kind of a split shift when she sleeps too. If you notice that this morning when I got up and got on the show, I mentioned that she was just going to sleep. I got up at 4:20 and she was just starting to lay down at 4:30, right? So by 5 o'clock, she was out. I start my show. My show's ending and she's just waking up, which means she's getting less than 5 hours, about 5 hours sleep, and then going to school, and then coming back, getting another couple of hours, and then going to school again, which is exactly what I do. I do a split shift schedule. Seems to work good for me. It seems to be working good for her. So I'm going to call it quits for the day so she can get up and mill around and do her morning routine and be unhindered by the presence of all of you visiting. So thanks for hanging out and talking about acceptance and courtesy today. And I hope that you'll see that the radio shows that we listen to tied into that. So be nice, be kind to one another. Pick flowers, don't pick up weapons. And I will see you tomorrow for the last show of the week, the last morning show of the week. And then we're setting up for a Friday night show. So lots of stuff going on, people. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you for stopping by. Let me close the shutter and I'll talk to you in the morning. Adios, weirdos.